Hello, hello, hello. Is there anybody out there? Can anybody hear me? Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Hurricane Henri. That's what we're talking about today. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to a stream here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. Hopefully everything's looking good and sounding good. Give me a thumbs up in the chat if it does. And we will get going here with this live stream. We are talking about Hurricane Henri as it makes landfall probably somewhere in Rhode Island today, okay? So we're going to look at that more in depth here in a second. I thought that maybe we would do a regular video today. That was my original plan, was just to do, you know, the normal video that I always do. But I figured by the time I filmed that, and by the time I edited it and got it online and everything, you know, most of the information would be outdated. So why not, you know, cover this live as it comes in? And I'm here in the chat. I can see everybody in here right now. What's up, Brick? Extreme Weather, Wesley Wright, Nikayla, Winter Crow, Chris, DD. Hey guys, thanks for being here. As always, when we first start these streams, I like to remind you guys that it is important that everybody that's watching right now shares this, okay? I need you to share this on, you know, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you can share it, especially if you know somebody in the affected area up here, because we're going to provide what I believe is pretty adequate coverage for somebody, especially if they don't have access to otherwise suitable coverage. So that's what we're going to be doing today, is we're going to be talking about Hurricane Henri, all right? Henri, whatever you want to call it. What's up, Will? What's up, Mr. Beast 1? What's up, Paula C? I see some familiar names in here. I see a lot of familiar names in here. It's been a while since we've done a public live stream like this. I try to reserve these live streams for the most extreme weather events, and, you know, not to downplay what's going on here with you know, Hurricane Henri, but this isn't necessarily extreme, okay? The reason I'm doing this live stream specifically is because there's a lot of people who are coming to my channel looking for info on this, and I didn't want to wait. You know, it takes me 2 to sometimes 4 hours to edit and completely make a video like I normally do. So we're doing it this way today. How's it going, J-Bug? How's it going, David? What's up, Big Monies? How's it going, guys? This feels nice. It feels good to be live again. We got all the tools today. As you can see, I'm monitoring every situation here. I've got radar over here. I've got Discord over here. I'm monitoring Twitter and all kinds of emergency services feeds up here. And then, of course, we've got all the radars and live cameras. That's right. We've got live cameras today. Let me show you those real quick. Oop, I accidentally paused it. This right here is at Atlantic Avenue Beach. So this is on Long Island. They're already experiencing some of the heavier rain bands as they come in there. But we're going to focus on some of these other cameras a little bit closer to Rhode Island. This is in Newport in Rhode Island. It's going to be a pretty heavily hit area later today. This is also near that area, near Martha's Vineyard, down there in Massachusetts. And this is the downtown area there. I think this is where we'll see some of the higher winds today and storm surge. And this is a cool view we got from a lighthouse, okay, in Block Island in Rhode Island. So we've got it covered from pretty much every angle. I'm looking at this one right now. It's the highest quality one I've got. And you can really see how choppy the seas are there on Long Island as this storm comes in. And it's important to note that now, at this very moment, the direction that the winds are going in Long Island, it doesn't look like storm surge is going to be a huge issue there. Heavy rain and probably some flooding is going to be the biggest issue there. I think that this thing has definitely shifted east, and it's probably, as far as the high winds go, It's probably going to affect more areas in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and southeastern Massachusetts. Okay, so we've got an up-close view of the radar here as well. Let's take a look at that. Here is the big swirly guy coming in, and as you can see, it's actually going much further east than what the original projected forecasts were saying. As you can see, Long Island's way over here. We were kind of expecting a landfall maybe right here, but it does look like the bulk of the storm is far off to the east there. And it's also important to remember that the most intense area of the storm as far as winds go are going to be on the northeast quadrant of the eye wall. Okay, so we've got a decently defined eye here that's moving north towards Rhode Island, but it's this side over here that we've got to watch as that moves in towards, once again, the Martha's Vineyard area, Newport and New Bedford there in Rhode Island. Pretty much the bay south of Providence. That's where we're expecting some of the most intense winds and storm surge as this thing comes in. Okay, so once again, I know it's early. It's 7:54 a.m. here on the East Coast, but if you know about anybody out here that's awake right now, it's important that we try to share this with as many people as possible. Okay, so just copy the link there and put it on social media. And if you don't have social media, I also understand that completely, and all I ask you to do is just hit the like button right now like you would on a normal YouTube video, and then YouTube will recommend it to the correct people so we can get this information out to them, okay? Ryan, were you chasing in the upstate of South Carolina the other day? I'm in Greenville. I was chasing. Yeah, I was in South Carolina, and I was in Malden when that tornado touched down, but I couldn't see it. I was like under a bunch of trees. So that's what was going on with me at that time, unfortunately. So yeah, let's get, some people are asking about the strength of the storm. Let's get an official update from the National Hurricane Center here. Let's refresh here. They are still calling it Hurricane Henri. All right. Key messages here are going to be dangerous storm surge is expected to begin this morning in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and southeastern Massachusetts, where a storm surge warning has been issued. Okay. Hurricane conditions are expected to begin this morning in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, where a hurricane warning is in effect. Okay, so there is a hurricane warning in effect. We'll zoom in on those warnings here in a second. Heavy rainfall may lead to flash flooding in urban and small stream flooding, along with the potential for widespread flash flooding in portions of Long Island, New England, Eastern New York, and New Jersey. This is going to be for most of the day. The rainfall threat is going to be with us for the majority of the day today. The wind threat is going to be pretty brief here as it makes landfall. And then also, swells from Henri will continue to affect much of the East Coast in the U.S. during the next day or so. Okay, so these swells could cause life-threatening surf and rip currents. Okay, so let's talk about that storm surge here. We are expecting to see possibly 3 to 5 feet of storm surge right here in this section right here. I would expect possibly a little bit more than that. Okay, 3 to 5 feet makes sense for a lot of places over here around Long Island, especially on the eastern tip there. But this thing has been really cranking as it goes up the seaboard here, and it's taken a lot of water with it. It's picking it all up and it's taking it this way, and that northeastern quadrant maintains winds in excess of 50 to 60 miles an hour as it moves north. I do think maybe 6 feet, some isolated spots where they see 7 feet of storm surge is possible here in the southeastern portion of Rhode Island and the extreme southeastern portions of Massachusetts. Okay, the good news is here on Nantucket Island and where Martha's Vineyard is, that island, a lot of the places where things are, where people stay and stuff, is on the northern side of the island, and it looks like the southern side of the island will be the side that experiences the most storm surge. So we've got a lot of things going on right now, and we've got a lot of different ways to look at it. Let's go back to the radar. This is radar Omega. This gives us a little bit better a view of like the map. Okay, so New Shoreham, that is also a place that's going to be affected pretty hard by this storm. Port Judith, Newport here. Let's see here. Seaweed Beach. These places are already experiencing tropical storm force winds. And once again, this is where Martha's Vineyard is, and it's this southern side of this island that I think will probably experience the brunt of what's going on here. So let's take a look at a couple of other things. If you guys want to, you can follow me on Twitter, okay? My name's Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. I'm almost at 20,000 followers, and I always retweet all the best stuff from storm chasers and stuff that are out there following these storms, okay? So here's some images from Max Olson. He's also live streaming right now, I believe, on YouTube. And as you can see, he's intercepting Hurricane Henri on the coast of Rhode Island there. And once again, the waves are already coming up. We're already seeing some splash over, and we are not even close yet to seeing the full impacts of this storm, especially not in that area. Hurricane Henri has started with the first light of day over Montauk. I hope I'm saying that right. Montauk Point in New York. Gusts are approaching tropical storm force there. And as you can see, winds are gusting pretty good. Waves are increasing. This is Brian Mfinger. You guys got to follow him on Twitter if you enjoy watching weather stuff. He's a storm chaser. He always posts the best images and videos. Winds are increasing, and he's in that same spot in New York. So everybody that says they're in Montauk, I believe that I'm pronouncing that right, they're on the far eastern tip of Long Island there, okay? And that's where we originally expected this storm to make landfall, but as of right now, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. It looks like it's actually going to go a little bit further east than that. All right, so let's go back to our live camera view here, and this is also on the eastern tip of Long Island there. Not as far east as those guys are, but it gives us a really good idea of how intense the surf is, even on the western side of this storm, which is not the most intense part of the storm at all, okay? Let's see here. Good morning from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Good morning. Get the word out, folks. Share, share, share. Yeah, make sure we're sharing this everywhere. We've got 400 people in here right now. Wow, I honestly didn't expect to get over like a couple hundred this morning. I figured everybody was asleep, but we do have 400 people here. If every single one of you put it on your Facebook page or just send it in a text message to a friend, family, or loved one that's in the affected area, we could provide really good coverage for people who may not otherwise have access to adequate coverage due to them not having cable TV or them abandoning mainstream news like a lot of people have. Okay. Is Albany going to get anything? Yes, Albany, everywhere in the Northeast is going to be affected by this storm, but it's important to realize that the extreme winds and the coastal flooding is only going to affect a small portion between the eastern tip of Long Island all the way up through the southeastern portion of Massachusetts, okay? Once this thing crashes into land, once this thing actually makes landfall, we are going to experience this thing rapidly deteriorating, okay? This thing is going to just kind of fall apart, okay? As far as the winds and the central pressure goes. Now, what's not going to fall apart is all of the moisture that's associated with it, okay? The moisture that's associated with it will fall in the form of rainfall across all of the northeastern portion of the United States and probably cause some pretty significant flooding. By the way, if you hear in the background different noises and stuff, I'm monitoring amateur radio feeds and emergency services feeds from this area that we're looking at here. Just so we can hear about anything significant that's going on. And sometimes they make weird noises and stuff, and I'm sorry, I can't help that. But let's go back to the radar view here. And once again, speaking of rain, we have had a lot of it today already, especially on the western side of this storm. Now, usually when a hurricane comes in, I've already talked about how on the eastern side of that eye, that's where we see the most intense winds, and usually it's also where we see the most intense rainfall as well. However, with this storm, because right before it came ashore here, or right before it approached the shore of New England, it was going under a phase where it was trying to really intensify, okay? We say, we call what's happening here deep convection, okay? Thunderstorms pop up around the center of circulation and try to wrap around it, okay? They try to literally merry-go-round around the center of circulation. And what's happening here is that area of convection formed up, went around the top portion, and now it's stuck on the western side because the actual central area of low pressure is weakening. Okay, so it's not strong enough now to continue to pull this convection all the way around it. So what we're dealing with here is along Long Island up through New Haven and through central Connecticut, we are dealing with very heavy rain, and it is just going to stay there. Okay, the storm is trying to pull it this way, but the overall motion of the storm is taking it this way. So we are going to be absolutely drenched with rain in Long Island and Connecticut, and that is going to slightly move to the north and west as we go on later in today. And significant flooding is expected because of this, and we're already seeing some of that flooding in New Jersey. They're having the same problem. Some of that convection that's trying to get sucked into the center of circulation there with Hurricane Henri, it's not able to go anywhere. It's just kind of stuck in one place because of all of the fluid dynamics and thermodynamics that are wreaking havoc there as we watch Hurricane Henri come in. Once again, I do want to go over the latest NHC update, okay? We also have the ability to look at the Hurricane Hunters reconnaissance data, but at this point, I think it's kind of null and void. We've got buoys out here, and we've got stuff on the surface to measure the wind speed, so we'll be able to keep up with exactly how strong this storm is pretty easily as time goes on, okay? So right now it is now a tropical storm, Henri, okay? I think the latest update has brought it down to a tropical storm. We did expect this, okay? So not too long ago, this was a hurricane with winds of 75 miles an hour. Now it's a tropical storm with winds of 70 miles an hour, okay? Not a big difference. Do not let your guard down, especially if you live in southern Rhode Island. Do not let your guard down just because this is now a tropical storm. This is a very high-end tropical storm. The winds are still going to cause damage, and that storm surge is still going to be a problem as we go forward. And yeah, that was the 8 a.m. update, I believe. And it is now Tropical Storm Henri rather than Hurricane Henri. And they do expect it to maintain its strength there all the way into central portions of Rhode Island. And then by 2 a.m. tomorrow, we are expecting this to be working out of Massachusetts. So you can see here from 8 a.m. now to 2 a.m. on Monday, we're only expecting to see it move this much. And that's why the rainfall is going to be a very intense or important aspect of this storm. A lot of people, when they think about a hurricane, they think about a tropical storm, they're like, well, you know, there's going to be some bad winds, but I don't have any trees near my house, and I'm not too worried about it. But in this situation, these slow-moving tropical storms, they literally pick up all the water in the ocean and then dump it wherever they sit at for a little while. So Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, portions of upstate New York, North Jersey, Connecticut, Rhode Island, if you don't experience tropical storm force winds, you will experience some sort of excessive rainfall, maybe in the form of a flash flood today. So make sure you are prepared for that, all right? Michelle Rizzo, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Welcome our new channel member. All right, so let's take a look at some forecast models as well. At this point, really, what we need to do is just kind of focus on the radar and live forecast it. But it's also helpful to look at some of these forecast models as well. What time is it right now? It's 8 o'clock. Okay, so this looks pretty realistic to me. The NAM 3-kilometer model shows a pretty accurate depiction of what we're actually seeing right now. This thing is really slow, man. Maybe we're not actually going to see an official landfall until 10 or 11, maybe even noon today. But as you can see, it's going to continue to weaken here, and the main threat is going to be on this eastern side with the storm surge, and also on the western side with all of that rain. That is some heavy rain right there. I want to show you another way that we look at rainfall, or how we predict how heavy rain's going to be. We look at the precipitable water. Okay, so what this shows you is the amount of water in the atmosphere that's available for these storms to tap into and then turn into rainfall, okay? So normally when you get a thunderstorm, I don't know if you can see these numbers or not, they're kind of small, but you see the 1s and the 2s, 1 to 2, 2.5, that's usually what you get, okay? And you get a torrential downpour outside. But with a tropical storm or a hurricane like we're seeing today, we get some areas that have values near 3 and 4. Okay, so imagine the most intense downpour you've ever seen, and multiply that by 2. That's more than likely what a lot of these people are going to be seeing for incredible, amounts of times, especially right there along the coast as this first moves in. Okay, especially on the western flank of that convection there, there's going to be a lot of rainfall that falls there, and then this is all going to spread out and then kind of stay over the northeast for the next little bit. And let's actually look at the surface precipitation. The NAM model sometimes underdoes it and then sometimes overdoes it with the forecasted precipitation on these models, so we'll take it with a grain of salt. But as you can see here, we're expecting possibly in eastern portions of Pennsylvania, northwestern Jersey, and then portions of central New York and upstate New York, 3 to 6 inches of rain. And you got to remember too, especially down here in Jersey, there's already been 3 to 6 inches of rain that's fallen in some areas. So that is going to be absolutely detrimental if we see an additional amount of rain to that extent. So that's what the NAM's showing. Let's see here. What does the HRRR show? Let's see the latest update there. Give me just a second. Yeah, it's showing a pretty similar picture here. You can see on the western side, this is the track of the storm right here. The eastern side, there's hardly any precipitation that's actually falling, but on the western side, we are getting absolutely, pummeled with heavy rain there in eastern Pennsylvania. Once again, right there in the North Jersey area, that is going to cause some very, very significant problems with flash flooding. Anne-Marie, thank you so much for the super sticker. That was super generous of you. Thank you guys. Everybody that sends a super chat or becomes a member of the channel, you are the reason I get to do this and get to provide this coverage for free for everybody. So thank you. Thank you very much. Also, I don't know if any of my moderators are awake. So somebody just texted me and said some people are spreading conspiracy theories in the chat. Just ignore those, okay? I don't know. I haven't been reading the chat that much, but usually we have a team of moderators here, but I didn't give them a heads up before we started the stream. Because I honestly didn't even know I was going to be doing this until I started. All right, so let's actually take a look at the chat here for a second. Marty Steins, nice to see you, man. Oh, nice red lightning bolt. Thank you so much for the support. Let's take some questions. When will Middletown, New York, and Orange County see the impacts? Let me see here. I don't know. I know where Orange County is, but I got to double check and see where Middletown is. Okay, so you guys, Lord goodness, you guys are going to be seeing the impacts pretty much imminently there in Middletown. You're in that portion of New York that's probably going to see the brunt of the impacts here from the heavy rainfall. Okay, so once again, from North Jersey here near Dover, all the way up through Port Jervis into southern portions of upstate New York through Hyde Park, Kingston, all these areas. Whenever these rain bands start, okay, you look off to your east later on today, especially once we get a little bit more daylight, you'll see those dark clouds coming. That's Hurricane or Tropical Storm Henri now, and that's going to be moving straight towards you. And then you're going to be like, well, it's going to go by me, right? No, it's just going to put it in park once it gets on top of you and just kind of sit there and dump a bunch of rain on you. So you guys will start feeling the impacts within the next 2 to 3 hours, and then probably continue to feel the impacts for several hours, possibly 12 to 18 hours beyond whenever it starts. So yeah, definitely prepare for flash flooding. If you live in a flood-prone area, that is definitely something you need to prepare for. What's up, Mike R? What's up, guys? How do I join? If you want to join, if you want to become a channel member, I really appreciate that. You don't have to, but there should be a button down next to the subscribe button that says join. You click that, or if not, there's a link in the description that says join. So click that link if you want to. Get access to all kinds of cool perks. What's going to happen around Boston, Massachusetts? So Boston, Massachusetts, that's an interesting question. Let me pull up the weather models again for you here. And we can use this composite reflectivity on the NAM 3 kilometer. That's the one I like to use when we're really close. to kind of predict what's going to happen here with the storm as far as like what the radar will look like. So up here in Boston, as you can see, the impacts will start. You'll probably, if you're not already seeing some rain, yeah, you're already seeing some rain. You're seeing that first feeder band move through already. So what's going to happen is that's going to come through, probably give you some heavy downpours and stuff, and then you're going to get a little bit of a break. And then around 4 p.m. today, you'll probably get some gusty winds around 20 to 30 miles an hour, and then you'll be like, wait, what? Is that it? Seriously? And it's pretty much over for you until Monday around 11 o'clock, where you can get some thunderstorms as the central area of low pressure is heading out. So once again, guys, I want to make it extremely clear that if you are on the eastern side, watch, this is the rotational area of the storm. If you are, let's split that in half into two different parallel axes. And if you are on this side, right, you're in the clear. I mean, honestly, if you're on this side and not, I would say maybe 50 miles away from the coast, you are pretty much in the clear. This isn't going to be a very big storm for you. Now, if you're on this side and you're on the coast, prepare for big time storm surge and tropical storm force winds. Now, if you are on this side, the winds aren't going to be as bad, but the heavy rain is going to be really bad if you're on this side, okay? So especially in this area right here, we are expecting some significant flash flooding. Some people may see 8 to 10 inches of rain out of this. It's not out of the question for some people to see a bunch of rain in a situation like this. So really the biggest threat for these areas is going to be flooding right here, storm surge and tropical storm force winds right here, and just a nuisance up here. That is pretty much my official forecast for this storm system. So Boston, you're in the nuisance zone. The southeastern coast of Connecticut, much of southern Rhode Island, and extreme southeastern portions of Massachusetts, you're in the incredibly dangerous zone, okay? So you're the ones that really need to be taking this seriously. And then anybody west of that, New York City, areas in North Jersey, all the way up through Hartford, Connecticut, western portions of Massachusetts they're in the Green and White Mountains, all the way up through portions of Vermont and New Hampshire. And, I got to extend this out a little bit to include eastern Pennsylvania and portions of upstate New York. You guys are really just big time flash flood problems here. If you don't live somewhere that gets flooded often, or hasn't been flooded in the past 10 years or something, I would say that really this is just going to be an excessive rainfall event for you, okay? Hello, Jen. It's been so long since we've had a live stream. Yeah, it has. It absolutely has. Let me get up to date here. What will happen in Easton, Pennsylvania? Easton, Pennsylvania, I think you're also in that the area that's going to expect a lot of rain. Okay, yeah. So right now in Easton, you're seeing some heavy downpours to your south. Let me go to the radar view here, and let me actually switch over to a closer radar so we can get right in there. I want to try to provide the best coverage, the best hurricane coverage you can ever find on YouTube. That's my goal, okay? Maybe I can't compete with the Weather Channel. They've got Jim Cantori out there screaming and hollering, I'm sure. But I'm the best one you can find on YouTube. So let's really zoom in here for everybody that's asking about stuff, and let's give you a complete in-depth forecast. Easton, Pennsylvania. First of all, I want you to go ahead and take a deep breath. It's all going to be okay, especially there that far inland. You're not going to experience anything that's even close to being catastrophic. All right. The tropical storm force winds are going to be way off to your east. The main thing that you're going to be worried about here, and this also goes for everybody in the surrounding areas in Allentown, all the way up through Dover, maybe even down as far as Trenton. The biggest thing that we're worried about here is the heavy rain. All right, so if you live in a flood-prone area, that could be a big problem, okay, because it is going to flood. But if you don't, it's just going to be a nuisance with that excessive rainfall that's fallen. As you can see, we already have a bunch of flash flood warnings down here through central portions of New Jersey, New York City. I know Brooklyn was having some really bad flooding earlier. That's just kind of what we're dealing with right now as the storm comes in. So Marty Steins, thank you so much for the very generous $10 super chat. He says, my wife and I bought our house on July 6th. We're able to write out a check, so no mortgage. I'm still available to drive for you at any time, working from home, always busy but bored all the time. Marty, thank you so much for the generosity. Yeah. If I was out here chasing this hurricane right now, you would be my driver. And maybe, during hurricane season, whenever I get the Storm Seeker back, we'll intercept some more tropical storms and hurricanes on the East Coast there. So we'll be in touch. You're in the Discord server. Let's see here. We got a lot of people from Eastern Pennsylvania in here, and a lot of people are asking about Eastern Pennsylvania. So I hope I covered that well. Pretty much everybody in Eastern Pennsylvania has the same forecast as our boy from Easton there. Okay, heavy rains expected. Flash flooding is going to be the main threat. Okay, keep an eye on the radar. If you want a good radar, by the way, I highly recommend the one that I am looking at right here. This is called Radar Omega. Let me pull it up for you on my phone. This is like seriously one of the best radar apps that you can get. You can look at live satellite, GOES satellite data. You can look at all the different radar products. And also, when I am storm chasing, for those of you who are new here and you don't know, I'm a storm chaser. I go out and try to put myself close to hurricanes and tornadoes. And if I'm out there, there'll be a little icon on your app, and you can click my picture and get a live view from my truck as I'm trying to intercept these storms. So definitely highly recommend that. It does cost money, but I think it's worth every penny. And I think a good radar, if you don't want to spend any money on a radar app, My Radar is a good one that's free, I believe. Remember Hurricane Sandy? Allentown was crazy. Yes, it's important to also remember that this is not Hurricane Sandy. This will probably affect people on the shore of southeastern Rhode Island and Massachusetts a little bit more than Hurricane Sandy did. People that live right on the coast, I got to make that very clear. But the vast majority of the Northeast will not feel the effects of this nearly as bad as they did Hurricane Sandy there. So power outages will humble the people affected by the storm. Yes, that is another thing that I want to touch on. Okay, so I'm going to go through the forecast again here. I'm burning up. D, thank you for the $5 super sticker. I'm going to go through the forecast again here on the weather models, and I want to make sure as many people as possible see it. So now we have 600 people in here at 8:20 a.m. on this Sunday morning. Thank you guys for being here. If we can get all 600 of you who haven't yet to share this live stream on Facebook, social media, send it in a text message to a friend or family member that lives in the affected area, we can get this information out to as many people as possible. So I'm going to wait about 5 minutes here, and then I'm going to go through the forecast once again, and hopefully we've got as many people as possible in here to receive that information. Once again, this is the wide view of the YouTube weather studio here for the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. I'm monitoring all the situations. If you hear the voices in the background, you are not schizophrenic. You are hearing different live feeds of EMS services. You're hearing amateur radio feeds and stuff that I kind of listen to in the background to listen to see if there's anything new or weird that's going on that we need to tune into. Let's see here. So you're saying New Bedford is going to get the worst of the storm. Around there, yeah. Around the New Bedford area is definitely going to get the brunt of the storm. That's where you can probably start to expect to experience those tropical storm force winds within the next little bit, and it's going to be sustained for a little while as they go through. Okay, you're also going to experience the most storm surge, which could be 5 to 7 feet in some areas. There'll be a small area where it's that high, but for the most part, it'll be 3 to 5 feet. Yeah, if you live right on the coast, that could be a pretty detrimental situation. Catherine Sullivan, good morning. Catherine, you live in Boston. You're fine. Boston's fine. What about Tennessee? Tennessee, thankfully, will not be affected at all by Hurricane Henri or Tropical Storm Henri now. But Tennessee did have a really hard time yesterday, especially west of Nashville there with some historic flooding. Be careful in the Easton Avenue. That area is prone to flooding. Paul Walsh says, good morning, Ryan. Doing a great job on Hurricane Henri coverage. Will Eastern Canada be affected by Henri? And as a hurricane or a tropical storm. Thanks for your great work. Best regards, Paul. Paul, thank you so much for the kind words. I don't believe that this will affect eastern portions of Canada much at all, except for it might bring down a little bit of cooler air and cool you off a little bit. Okay, you might get some rain showers too. So this thing's going to dramatically decrease in intensity it's already decreased from a hurricane to a tropical storm. It will make landfall as a tropical storm, and then almost immediately after it makes landfall, probably within a couple hours, it will go to a low-end tropical storm, and then it will become just a depression as it goes off to the east. Okay. Tabitha, thank you so much for the very generous $10 super chat. She says, thank you. Connecticut is my home state, but I'm now living in Ohio. Well, you are definitely going to be drier today than you would be if you were still living in Connecticut. Thank you so much, Tabitha. New Bedford in the house. How many people do we have from Rhode Island, Connecticut, and Massachusetts in here? If you're from any one of those states, just raise your hand in the chat down there and say you're here. I want to make sure that we're reaching the right people. Obviously, we've got a lot of people that watch these streams for entertainment value, and I don't blame you at all. This is exactly what I would be watching if I wasn't doing it myself. That's why the Weather Channel exists, right? But I hope that we are actually reaching out to a lot of people who are actually living here and are going to be impacted by this storm. Okay? Let's see here. Nothing much here in New Bedford. Yeah, nothing much going on in New Bedford just yet. It should be raining pretty hard, but that will continue. Well, actually, it's not raining yet. It'll start raining hard here in a minute. We got Texas in the house. We got Massachusetts, Connecticut, the Berkshires in Massachusetts. Okay. Southern Worcester County in Rhode Island. Okay, so we got a lot of people here from Connecticut and Rhode Island. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to have you guys here. Make sure you're sharing this with all your friends and family so we can get the word out to them. I might not live there, but I have friends that do, so I keep up with what. That's awesome. They will appreciate you. Southern New Hampshire. Okay, so we got a lot of people from the Northeast here. And I think we're approaching, we've got a good amount of people in here. We're approaching 700 viewers. So let's go ahead and get into the forecast. If you're just now tuning in, guys, we are watching Tropical Storm Henri now as it is moving north and west towards the New Bedford and South Kingstown area of Rhode Island. Okay, I think that's where we're going to see landfall occur. It's going to make landfall right there and go across Rhode Island as a tropical storm, and then weaken into a depression before it moves off to the east there. And it's going to spend a lot of time just dumping a bunch of rain here, especially on the western portion of that track area, causing a lot of flooding. Okay, right now maximum winds are 70 miles an hour. So more than likely, as this storm moves ashore there in New Bedford and places just to the east of that, you are going to experience a decent amount of time where you have sustained winds between 50 and 70 miles an hour. It's important to understand that doesn't sound like too much. Okay, that happens all the time in Florida and all these places along the coast. But the difference is their trees and their infrastructure is built for that. Up here in Rhode Island and Massachusetts, it's not. Okay, so we've got an extremely saturated ground. We've got a lot of flooding going on in the area for the past little bit. Now we're going to get ready to get a lot more rain on top of that. And then if you get an hour's worth of 50-mile-an-hour winds, there's going to be so many trees falling down you won't be able to count them. And, if the infrastructure in your area is set up in a way like it is here with power poles and, the old style where they hung everything above the ground, a lot of trees are going to fall on power lines, and we're probably going to experience a lot of power outages, okay? I don't think that we're looking at anything apocalyptic here. I don't know how long that it will last, but I do want people to be prepared for the very real possibility of prolonged power outages there in Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, and on the eastern half of pretty much even into Long Island and western portions of upstate New York there too, because the winds will be gusting pretty good there as well. So let's go back to the forecast and let's put this into motion here for you. This is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. we are expecting landfall here anytime now. Okay, so 10 a.m., 11, between 10 a.m. and 12 p.m., that's when the central area of low pressure will be moving ashore. By that time, the well-deformed aspect of the eye wall will probably be deteriorating a lot, so we won't be able to know just by looking at radar when that deepest area of low pressure has actually moved ashore. But I'm guessing somewhere around 10 to 12, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's when we'll see the brunt of this storm moving ashore, and then at that time in New Bedford and areas just to the east there, okay, not Nantucket, but Martha's Vineyard and all these areas on the very southern and southeastern edge of Massachusetts, that's when you're going to be experiencing those sustained 50-mile-an-hour winds and down trees and stuff. And then as we get into 1 p.m. today, we're going to have extremely heavy tropical downpours falling through much of eastern Connecticut and southern portions of Massachusetts. This is, it don't look like much on here, but this is going to be some extremely heavy rain, guys. And if you live in a flood-prone area, those creeks and streams are going to shoot out of their banks faster than you've probably seen in a little while because of the saturated ground and because of the sheer amount of moisture that's in the air that's going to fall with these rain showers. So give me just 1 second. Of course, this videos are... Oh, are we having audio problems? Oh, we probably are having audio problems. I didn't fix the panning. Or if I can do that on the fly. Give me just a second. I'm going to go through the rest of this forecast here. If you're listening with headphones, you're probably pretty annoyed right now because I didn't fix the stereo aspect of the audio. Dang. Anyways, Jose, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. He says it's not Worcester like chest. It's Worcester. My bad. I during these live streams, I mean, we do live streams for places in Texas, Kansas. We've done them for up north in Minnesota. We've done a lot for the deep south in Alabama and Mississippi and Georgia, and I constantly mispronounce names. It's kind of like it's just part of the show here. You know, if you're watching this and and you know I'm talking about your area, I will likely completely butcher the names of these towns and stuff because I don't know, I'm just not from there. It's you would probably mispronounce a lot of the names from my area too. I live in eastern Kentucky. We got some weird names down here, some of these hollers and back roads. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not very good with pronunciations. Thank you for the super chat though. I hear you in my left ear. We hear you fine. I hear you. Be careful. Okay. I know you can hear me, but I do want to take a little bit to try to fix that stereo issue for the people that are using headphones, but I will go through the rest of the forecast first. Okay, so now we're going to 4 p.m. today. So keep that in mind. We just went from noon to 4 p.m., a 4-hour stretch of this intense, heavy rain band falling on now western portions of Connecticut and Massachusetts. Once again, extremely heavy rain here. Flash flooding will be a big problem there. And then it is going to kind of push off to the east a little bit. That low pressure system, once it gets into land here and starts to deteriorate and de-intensify, it expands, okay? So we had a tight area of low pressure, and now we've got a wider area, and when that expansion happens, the precipitation is also going to expand out behind it, and that's when we're going to start to see some of the heavier rain in the eastern Pennsylvania area, all the way up through northeast Pennsylvania and central areas of New York. Okay, and that is going to stick around for a while. This right here is what really concerns me. You see that little loop-de-loop it does, the little cartwheel that precipitation does? If you are in the central axis of that cartwheel, if you are the head of the cheerleader there, you are going to get an astronomical amount of rain. All right, as that nose of the heavier precipitation comes up, it goes into central areas of New York, eastern Pennsylvania. It does a little loop-de-loop, it flips, and then it's like, I'm going to get out of here, wait, I'm going to hang out for a couple more hours and then go. Wow, that is going to be a lot of rain right there. Right there. If you live right there in the tri-state area between New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania, that is going to be a lot of rain. If you live in a flood-prone area, make whatever precautions are necessary right now to deal with that, because I do think we're going to see it. I do think we're going to see it. And then here's another interesting aspect. Okay, I went pretty far into the future. The heaviest rain is going to be falling there in the tri-state area around midnight tonight. And then what's going to happen is this turns into a bona fide regular low pressure system with a trough behind it. And now we might be talking about severe weather on the southeastern side of this as this ejects off to the northeast. Look at this. We've got thunderstorms going up Monday at 8 p.m. Some of these, there could be a very slight tornado threat here too. Okay, so it's very common in these situations for tropical storms to spawn tornadoes. It's what happened down in South Carolina the other day. This doesn't look extreme. I don't expect a widespread tornado outbreak, but if you live in central Massachusetts, eastern Connecticut, and portions of Rhode Island, we might be dealing with a double whammy here where you experience the strong winds today, you get a little bit of a break tonight, and then tomorrow evening we get strong severe thunderstorms moving through associated with that low pressure system that once was Hurricane Henri, and there could be enough spin in the atmosphere there to actually cause brief spin up tornadoes. Okay, so if we look at the 800 millibar heights, and, you know, this is the lower level jet stream area, and usually you want to see it be a little bit higher than that if you're looking for tornadoes, all right? We do have some areas here that are approaching 30 to 40 knots of wind at the 850 millibar level. That's above the surface there, and they're coming from the right direction, and that could cause some spin, but you normally want to see some of these darker reds if you're forecasting tornadoes. So if you live out there, don't freak out and think we're going to have a big tornado outbreak tomorrow, but just be weather aware and make sure you have some way of getting that tornado warning in just in case it does come through, okay? Because that is a possibility. And then this thing just turns into your regular old rain shower in the coast of Maine, and then it gets out of here. And it looks like Tuesday is probably going to be pretty dry as everybody cleans up from the mess that Henri made. Okay, so we've got a lot of super chats here. I want to address those real quick. Eric says, good morning. I watch every video you post, and I love the content. How does it look for Elizabeth, New Jersey? Elizabeth, New Jersey, I think you guys are going to get a lot of rain. Yeah, I think the rain is going to be the biggest problem for Elizabeth. And I'll go a little bit more in depth on that here in a minute. There were flash flood warnings for your area earlier, but there's a big wall of rain. Let me switch over to the radar here. If you live in Elizabeth, New Jersey, that's right here. You see all of this? Yeah, that's coming. So if you live in a flood-prone area, get ready for that. Get ready for that. It's going to be pretty interesting. Go back to the all view here. You guys are going to have to give me a second to deal with the audio issue right here in a second. But thank you, Eric, for the super chat. Saddlebag, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says thank you for all you do. All right, so give me just a second here while I try to fix the audio issue. Test 1 2 3. Did that fix the problem? Yes or no? Yes or no? I'm giving you a vocal test. Can you hear me in your left ear and your right ear, or just your left ear, or just your right ear? Give me some feedback, guys. Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Rich. We've got a couple moderators here now. I think I fixed it. Audio. That's the sound we used to use test our signal output with the ham radios. Audio. Awesome. Sweet. Thank you guys for bearing with me. Usually I have all this stuff figured out before I start the live stream. Okay, cool. Thank you guys. Thanks for dealing with that. I know that's annoying if you're wearing headphones. I know that's annoying if you're wearing headphones.
You may be floating down Atlas Avenue. She's been there since like 6:30 this morning. I tell you, it's a very sound sleeper with the wind and the rain.
All right, remember, if you are on Twitter right now, and you follow people in the area here that are experiencing the impacts of Tropical Storm Henri,
raindrops, very tranquil.
Send me that stuff. Tag me in it, and I will try to show as much of it here on the air as I can. If you want to follow me on Twitter, my name is Ryan Hall, y'all. I'm retweeting all of the best pictures and images of what's going on here on the ground. So if you want to see that for yourself and follow these storm chasers and stuff that are out there, I highly recommend you do that. So let me, in just a second here, I'm going to try to find some more images and stuff to share with you guys. And once again, feel free to tag me in anything. Also, if you live out here and you can do so safely, tweet at me. Tweet me a picture or a video of what's going on at your house or in your neck of the woods there, and I will share it. I will share it on the stream. Big time surf out there. Try to find some images of flooding. Oh, wow. Also, if you go to my Twitter page there, you'll see that I have pinned to the top of the page the live stream, so you can retweet that as well if you want to help get the word out about the stream here. So here's a look at the ground level activity. What's going on right now. This is significant flooding in Brooklyn, New York this morning as Hurricane Henri affects the area. So this is the kind of stuff that we can expect in Pennsylvania, northern areas of New Jersey, and portions of the more central area of New York there above Long Island a little bit later today, because we are going to experience some big time rainfall out here. Okay. Also, we've got Kim out here on the beach there in Montauk this morning as Henri gets close. That is some really choppy surf. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be, surging up that high on that side of the storm. And that just goes to show you how much water is actually underneath the storm as it heads off to the north. So, things are getting rough there. We're still far away from the central area of circulation to make landfall here. So that, that's about half of what you can expect if you're in New Bedford, pretty much. We've got some angry seas off Montauk Point there in New York. This is, once again, if you guys don't know where this is the far eastern part of Long Island. This is where the storm was supposed to make landfall, but it didn't. It didn't do that. So, yeah. Thank you guys for following me on Twitter and everything. And make sure, if you are on Twitter, if you're like live tracking this storm with me today, retweet all this stuff that I retweet. There's a lot of people out there risking their lives today, a lot of storm chasers out there that are doing incredible work trying to get these pictures and images out to us. And pretty much the number one thing that can help them is a simple retweet and a like on their photo or their picture so that they can get their stuff out there to more people. But yeah, Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Here's a live look from a little bit west of Montauk Point there in Atlantic Avenue Beach in New York. As you can see, the sea is angry this morning as they are on the western side of that rotating storm known as Tropical Storm Henri. This is downtown Montauk, New York. This is a little bit inland. Heavy rain going on now. This is a pretty interesting camera that we have access to here. This is Newport, Rhode Island. This is where we are expecting some of that stronger storm surge a little bit later. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this as this gets closer, because we're going to see those water levels rise. The docks here, I don't know how everything's going to handle it. I don't think we'll see anything devastating, but I definitely think that'll be interesting to watch. We also have Martha's Vineyard here. These guys are going to be experiencing some of the more intense winds. This is the Vineyard Haven downtown live cam. That'll be a pretty windy area. And then we have a really cool view. Maybe I have to refresh here. Hold on. Oh, we got an ad. We have a really cool view of Rhode Island from a lighthouse there. So we'll look at that here in a second. This has been the most reliable live cam by far, though. Yesterday behind Jim Cantori, there were monster waves. Yeah, there were big waves. Ryan, you make weather reports fun. It's because you enjoy what you do. Thank you, bro. I really do appreciate that. I try to, actually, I don't try to make it fun. I am having fun right now, guys. If this is your first time being here, this room that I'm in, this is where I track the storms and stuff. Even if I didn't have a YouTube channel, this is what I would be doing. Okay, you can ask my wife. She's in the chat right now. I've always been super interested in weather and meteorology. I did go to school for a brief time for meteorology. I didn't finish. That's why, thankfully, I'm not, at the Weather Channel. I would much rather be doing this. But I did go to school, and just ever since I was 6 years old, I've pretty much been studying meteorology and been into the science. And I don't know, man. I just love tracking it and stuff. I'm also a storm chaser. So, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, I'm not doing this for any reason other than I love doing it. And the fact that I'm here watching this stuff and also helping other people at the same time is just the icing on the cake, man. I would be here doing this, tracking these storms via radar and satellite and Twitter and everything, whether I had a YouTube channel or not. So I'm just glad to have you here. We've got almost 800 friends and people, I got tongue-tied there. We got 800 people here with us, all tracking storms together with similar interests. So that's fun. And if you live in the affected area, I know we've got a lot of people here as well that live in the affected area that probably don't think this is fun. They are more than likely very concerned about their property and their lives this morning. So I also want to be as serious as possible to make sure that we not only have fun, but get out the best information that we can. And get it out in a timely manner, okay? So if you do live on the coast of Rhode Island and southern portions of Massachusetts there, I do want to go ahead and let you know that this is going to be a pretty intense storm, but it's not going to be the end of the world, okay? It is not going to be the end of the world. You do not need to evacuate immediately. This is not going to be a catastrophe, okay? If you live right on the coast, if you literally live right on the coast there, in Rhode Island or extreme southern portions of Massachusetts, we are going to see a significant storm surge. We're going to see, probably lots of power outages, some really strong winds that are going to bring down trees, and you will feel the effects from this storm for a little while. But I don't want to scare anybody. I don't want to be scared. We say this a lot during our tornado coverage. Don't be scared. Be prepared. That's the motto that I like to go through, okay? So if you live out in this area, hopefully you're already prepared, but if you still have time to go make these preparations, be prepared for multiple days without power. Be prepared for, if you have a house and there's this big tree next to one of the bedrooms, and you've always been worried about maybe that'll fall if we get a big enough storm, maybe don't go in that room today, okay? Let's see here. What else do we got? Be prepared to possibly get some, storm surge warnings that are updated later today. Have some sort of weather app or monitor the National Weather Service to keep up with the latest developments on this storm. That way you are always prepared for what's getting ready to happen, okay? And just to make sure everybody is on the same page here, the title of this live stream is Extreme Hurricane Henri Coverage. And what's extreme about it is the coverage, not the hurricane. I always put the word extreme in there, no matter what I'm talking about. It's how YouTube works. I wish it wasn't, but you just have to do it. You gotta, let YouTube have its way. They want you to do the clickbait thing. I can't help that. But anyways, here's the latest update from Tropical Storm Henri. Sunday, August 22nd. This is the 8 a.m. update. We've got winds of 70 miles an hour in this son of a gun. So once again, I want you to keep that in mind. 70-mile-an-hour winds right here on this portion of the storm. And look where that's going. Going pretty much due north and west. So some of the strongest winds here within the next couple of hours are going to be approaching Newport, Little Compton, and let's see here, Middletown in Rhode Island, Portsmouth, all these areas. Got to be watching out. Point Judith and everywhere in between. If you do get 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, it will be brief, okay? I think the sustained winds here are going to be closer to 50 miles an hour, which can definitely still cause big problems. Do not let your guard down because we're not going to see 70-mile-an-hour winds.
I'll make a notification, see if we can.
NOAA Weather Radio save lives. Yes, they do. I highly recommend that you get a NOAA Weather Radio. You can put batteries in that thing, and even if the power goes out, you'll get any warnings that come up.
13 to 50.
Look at this thing on satellite.
50. Hey, clear. Can you make your way down here and give us a hand?
Actually, reload that. Give me just a second. Has a strong hurricane ever hit New York City? Please address me. Not a strong hurricane, but I think the last big one that we had a lot of problems out of was Hurricane Bob. Hurricane Bob, right, in 1991? Yeah, I think that's the one that, the last one that we had that was really bad. Hold on, I'm playing around with this thing here. I've got to try to get it reset up. We often experience technical difficulties on the street. What happens when you have 30 million programs running on your computer at once?
W, can you call over?
That's the latest satellite imagery there. It doesn't look very organized, does it? We did expect that. We did expect that. But you can still see a central area of low pressure there as this goes off to the north. I think we're going to switch now to radar. That's a little bit better. You can see just not too long ago, we had a pretty, what looked like a well-defined eye wall around the center of that storm. And now it's kind of breaking apart. And we did expect that, okay? And that's one of the reasons why they downgraded this to a tropical storm. Richard and Rosemary, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member of the channel. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone, welcome our new channel member.
Down there. Take the wing and do a public broadcast. Yeah, full six.
I used to work at Lowe's. The amount of people who are not prepared for anything like snowstorms is shocking. So many have nothing like flashlights, candles, shovels. It's shocking. Yeah, a lot of people don't prepare for this stuff. And I think one of the problems is a lack of transparency and honesty when it comes to weather forecasting. Like during this storm, for example, because I have a YouTube channel, and I guess because I can post long form content and stuff like that, I'm able to tell people up here that this is nothing really to worry about other than the flooding. The flooding is going to be pretty bad up here. But if you work at a TV news station and you've got people along the coast, but you've also got people that live way up here in northeastern Connecticut that are watching, your primary objective has to be to talk about the worst part of the storm always. Okay, to maintain the viewership and also to make sure that those people understand what's going on. So in a situation like this, you've got millions of people that have been watching the news over the past little bit that live up here, maybe south and west of Boston, and they get that little rain shower, and that's pretty much all they get from this storm. All right, and then they're going to think, well, the weathermen don't know what they're talking about. The weathermen suck. I don't trust the news. Even though this, is going to have significant impacts here along the coast, they don't realize that. So I think it's just broad coverage, non-specific coverage causes a distrust in weather services and stuff. So that's why I try to zoom in and talk about the the specifics of each area and what they're going to experience. And I want to reiterate this again right here. If you live along the coast, you live that area right there, you are going to experience a very strong storm here, probably stronger than you've seen in a while. We're going to have 3 to 5 foot storm surge. We're going to have 50-mile-an-hour sustained winds. We're going to have a lot of down trees. We're going to have power outages. We're going to have flooding. We're going to have all that stuff, okay? However, if you live north of that up here, we're still going to have some power outages. We're still going to have some, heavy rainfall, and we're still going to have some gusty winds. But this is not the end of the world, okay? This is not, this would be similar to like a nor'easter or something like that. You've seen this stuff before. Now, if you live over here on this side, the winds are going to be strong. Once again, maybe 20, 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts as this thing comes through. You're going to see a lot of down trees from that. You're going to see a lot of power outages because the ground's going to be so wet. All right, so the biggest threat over here is going to be the extreme heavy rainfall. All right, we're going to see rainfall possibly in excess of 8 inches over here. And when that happens, and you also get a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust, trees fall, okay? Actually, if you get 8 inches of rain on top of an already saturated ground, you could probably go outside and go and blow down a tree. So that's why we're kind of concerned about the power outage possibility out here. I don't know if it'll be as widespread and significant as it will be down here, but we're definitely going to look at the possibility for that. A little bit further west than that, the winds are not going to be a problem at all, okay? So from Easton, Philadelphia, all the way up into the Albany area of New York there, the winds aren't going to be a real big problem, but the rain's going to be a big problem. Once again, 3 to 6 inches of rain is possible, and flash flooding will be a big problem there through much of southern portions of New York, North Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania. That's the real deal right there, okay? So, yeah. Stay away from trees and don't drive through water. Words of wisdom from James Curtis in the chat. I was in Toms River, New Jersey for Sandy near Seaside. The damage was devastating. So many people didn't listen or prepare. Very sad. Some people lost their possessions and suffered from PTSD. Yeah, Hurricane Sandy was a catastrophe. And it's storms like that make some people actually pay attention to the weather. Hello, Ryan's wife. Yeah, my wife Stephanie is in the chat. She's helping with moderator. She's helping as a moderator in the chat, and she's also being the wonderful mother that she is to our child downstairs while I'm up here talking about the weather. She is a saint, and I love her. And everybody say that we appreciate Steph in the chat right now. She's doing it all. Like I say, for the channel members, if it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. Also, if it wasn't for Steph, I would not be able to do this. So, thank you, Steph. What radar do you use? Okay, so right now we're looking at WSV3. This is a paid program, but it's really nice. It looks pretty, It's probably not the best radar that you can get, but it definitely looks pretty if you're going to do some live weather coverage. Okay? So that's why I use it. Another one that I love to use is this one, okay? This is Radar Omega. I love Radar Omega because there's a lot of different things that you can do with this. This is also a paid program, but it's 100% worth it. It's 100% worth it. And let me see here. Yeah. The thing that I like the most about this is the map. Okay, so let's zoom in here to a random place in Connecticut. Look at how well we can see Jewel City here. There is no other in-depth radar app that provides this level of clarity with their map. You can literally zoom in and look at your house. This is Mapbox. This is essentially Google Maps. But on top of that, you have, instead of, these random apps that you can find on the App Store that are free that just put really low resolution composite reflectivities on there, you can actually look at the base reflectivity and see and track everything down to the street level, which is something that used to, you'd have to pay $10,000 for about, 10 years ago. That's what those news stations we're after. So that is absolutely insane. And not only can we look at the high-res reflectivity, we can look at the velocity as well. Okay, so this shows wind speed and direction, and depending on where the radar is, we use this a lot to kind of predict where tornadoes are going to be. We look at we can look at the correlation coefficient as well. That's another really useful one for tornadoes. We got the storm total precipitation, okay, so we can see how much rain has fallen. And once again, you can go right down to the street level. Estimated rain totals here near South Road are a little bit higher than Deer Trail Road. You know, like, what else can you do that with? I love Radar Omega. I think it's $8. $8 in the App Store. Unfortunately, I'm not sponsored by them. Maybe you should wait. Wait until I am sponsored by them so I can give you a big discount code so you can get half off on it or something like that. Also, I love Radar Omega. Okay, Radar Omega. I'm sorry, Radar Scope. This is Radar Scope. This is probably the most popular radar app. It's $10 in the App Store. And this one's it's really smooth. It's buttery smooth. The map isn't as good, but I think the fact that they don't have such an in-depth map makes the whole program run better. So you can zoom in faster. You can see a lot of different things at once. Like you can do 4-panel viewing like that. Radar Scope is really good. And also, we love Gibson Ridge. Gibson GR level 3 here. This is the same software that the National Weather Service uses. Or they use GR2 Analyst. They use this pretty much to monitor weather and stuff. So this also has storm reports on it. So we've got a tree down on Orchard. A tree down on Orchard here, just north of Newport. So we're already seeing some damage. Let's see here. We got tree down on power lines in Church Street there. That's west of Newport. We've got a tree down through the roof of a home on Overhill Road. Tree down through the roof of a home already. Tree down on wires on Falcon Drive. So south of Providence Road, already in Rhode Island, we're seeing some pretty significant storm reports here. And I'm telling you guys, this is not, you haven't seen the strongest portion of this storm yet. It's important that we stay prepared. There are one-time payment or monthly payments for Radar Omega and Radar Scope. So Radar Omega, it's a one-time payment. You pay that $8 one time and you have access to the app. But there are features within the app. I don't know why I'm going. They need to sponsor me. I'm probably hundreds of people buying this crap right now. If they have an email or something, make sure you let them know Ryan Hall sent you. But anyways, it's a one-time purchase, $8, and you get access to the radar. It's completely worth it. But you can pay a monthly membership fee to have extra stuff, okay? So I don't even know what it is. I think satellite data, like I can switch over. Oops, hold on. Let's get back to Radar Omega. Yeah, I can switch over to, I think I can. Hold on. I've completely lost how to do it here. But I can switch over to satellite data here, and I think that's a feature that only comes with the paid level. And there's a couple of other things that are extra on here. I know more about Radar Scope. On Radar Scope, if you pay $10 a month, you get lightning data. And if you pay $20 a month, you get a couple extra things. I don't know as much about this as I thought. But you know, it's a one-time purchase for the everything you need. There is extra stuff that you can pay for. And then this one's like $200 a year. So I wouldn't get this one unless you're planning on starting your own channel. If Reed is sponsored, you need to be. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, make sure you email him, guys. Like, if it wasn't for this Ryan Hall guy on YouTube, I would have never bought your app. So you should probably buy him lunch or something. I don't know. All right. So we're approaching 800 people here, guys. Thank you so much for sharing the stream. Thanks for, texting this out to your friends and family members. Hopefully we're helping a lot of people out here. I do want to kind of circle back around at the top of every hour and then start from the beginning and go through the forecast again and just talk about everything that I've already talked about and kind of update you on everything. So that's what we're going to do. It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast. And welcome to the... Here. Welcome to the stream. If you're new here, if you're just now tuning in, my name is Ryan Hall, y'all, and I am monitoring Tropical Storm Henri as it moves closer and closer to Rhode Island now. I think that's definitely where it's going to make landfall. We've got all kinds of different things that we're monitoring. If you can hear in the background, we've got amateur radio feeds and emergency services. We're listening for those storm reports and those power outage reports. We're watching everything on Twitter, all the storm chasers that are out there, the National Hurricane Center. I've got live updates coming through. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's at Ryan Hall, y'all. We also have multiple radars looking at every different angle of this storm that you could possibly look at. And we have live cameras, okay? So we do have a view of Long Island here, a couple different Long Island views. We've got Rhode Island as well. Look, some of those strong winds are really starting to come through. You can see it skirting through the water there. This is a view from the harbor there, the harbor fishing dock at Martha's Vineyard. Some very strong winds are coming there on that island. It's on the eastern side of the circulation, so that's where they're going to experience some of those stronger winds. We also have a downtown view of that same area, which I think it's frozen right now. There we go. Yeah, you can see the winds are really ramping up there, and it's important to remember that this is not the strongest that the winds will become. And also, these guys are a little bit further away from the central area of low pressure than some of the people in Rhode Island are, okay? So we probably got winds gusting to 30, 40 miles an hour there, but that is not going to be the case a little bit further west. And here's a really cool view we have from Block Island in Rhode Island from a lighthouse. Okay, so can't see a whole lot, but we'll be able to watch that storm surge rise as the ocean and the tide comes up. So we're watching everything from all angles. And we're going to keep you updated on all of the latest storm reports. And we've got storm chasers out there. We're going to show some pictures and videos from them. And yeah, we're also going to talk about the forecast, and that's what we're going to do right now. Here is the latest update from... Let me get back. Yeah, there we go. Better camera. Okay, here's the latest update from the National Hurricane Center, okay? Tropical Storm Henri. Let me refresh here. Is now... according to the National Hurricane Center, a storm with 70 miles an hour sustained winds. Okay, 70 mile an hour sustained winds. Okay, if you've ever been in a severe thunderstorm that's caused widespread damage, you probably saw 70 mile an hour winds for 1 second. This is 70 mile an hour sustained winds, which means that it blows 70 miles an hour and it keeps blowing 70 miles an hour. It don't stop. However, I do think once this gets closer to landfall, we're going to be looking at 60 mile an hour sustained wind, which is still going to be very intense. It is going to make landfall likely within an hour or two there in southern portions of Rhode Island. The Newport area needs to be on high alert for storm surge, lots of high winds, down trees, and coastal flooding. Then this thing is going to maintain its strength as a tropical storm all the way through until it gets close to Massachusetts, okay? And it's important to understand what a tropical storm is. A tropical storm is just a rotating area of low pressure that comes out of the tropical region that has sustained winds near the center over... I believe 39 miles an hour or 35 miles an hour, something like that. And that's what makes it a tropical storm. So even though we're expecting this to be a tropical storm all the way until it crosses the Massachusetts and Connecticut border, that doesn't mean we're expecting 70 mile an hour sustained winds up there. We're only expecting those 30 mile an hour winds coming through, and you might get a 40 or 50 mile an hour wind gust, but the sustained winds are going to drastically deteriorate as this comes through. And then once it gets into Vermont and New Hampshire, we're talking about 20 miles an hour, and then that's going to be the case as it goes this way. There's a little bit of a front coming through that's going to act like a baseball bat and knock this thing out of the park as it comes in, but it's going to do it in slow motion, and that's one of the reasons why we're worried about flash flooding on the western side of Tropical Storm Henri here. Is Canada going to get hit by Henri? No. Okay, Canada is technically going to see some cloud cover and maybe some rain showers from this, but nothing too incredibly terrible. The only thing that's going to happen that's going to affect you guys is as this thing moves off, it's going to pull some cooler air down from the north and cool you off a little bit. So Canada doesn't have much at all to worry about there once this becomes a tropical depression and moves off to the east. Okay, so we also have access to weather models here. And let's access them. All right, let's access them and let's show you what's going on with our big storm here. as it moves into Rhode Island. This is the NAM 3 kilometer. This is what the radar could look like as we go later on into the day. As you can see, we had a really good, well-defined storm down here when this storm was over the Gulf Stream and it was over those warm waters and intensifying. But as soon as it gets past the 40-degree north parallel line here, it starts to rapidly de-intensify because the waters over here are cold. They're not necessarily freezing cold, but they're cold enough to where a hurricane cannot intensify in them. So we see that kind of tight area of low pressure start to dissipate and expand. And when it does so, it moves the shore here probably around 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And make landfall as a tropical storm right here in Rhode Island. Okay, and then it's at this point where we will start to see some really heavy rain in Connecticut and Massachusetts. I do want to reiterate once again, just in case people don't know, this is going to be really heavy rain. This is going to be a tropical downpours. If you live in a flood-prone area out here in Connecticut or Massachusetts, you have to make precautions right now. You don't have much more time. 1 p.m. today is when the heaviest of the rain is going to be falling, and those creeks and streams are going to shoot out of their banks very quickly. And you might not have time to react if you wait. So if there's something you can do, if you've been in a flood situation before and you were like, man, I wish I would have had this. I wish I would have prepared this. I wish I would have gassed up this. Go ahead and prepare and gas up those things right now because I'm telling you, the heavy rain is coming and it's going to come with some ferocity there. And, hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, you will be prepared for it. And then we're going to see that heavy rain move off into the Berkshire regions of Massachusetts and western portions of Connecticut. Once again, heavy rain here. Flash flooding is imminent. And all this time, by the way, we've been watching this thing come ashore. This rain band here in New Jersey, eastern Pennsylvania, and southern areas of New York, south of Albany, has just been sitting here. So lots of flash flooding is expected over there. And then we're going to see this thing do a really weird spin move. Okay, 9 p.m. tonight, we're going to see all that heavy rain from Albany all the way down to eastern Pennsylvania in northern areas of New Jersey. And this is where I think probably the most significant impacts of this storm are going to happen. Outside of the very small area in Rhode Island here that experiences the storm surge and the tropical storm force winds, I think the number two big story here is going to be the immense flooding that happens from Albany all the way down into the northeastern areas of Pennsylvania as this rain area, this rain band or this collection of moisture just sits over this place for hours at a time. I want to show this loop for you again. Watch this storm do a cartwheel, a backflip, and then move off. Look at that. That is how you get a flood. That's how you get a flood right there. If you are in this area, expect 6 inches of rain or more and some significant flooding. And then as this thing goes off tomorrow, it's going to be weekend. You're going to see a lot of stuff here. It still looks like it's a pretty strong storm, but at this point, even around the center of circulation, I wouldn't expect winds higher than 30 miles an hour, okay? The biggest threat on Monday, tomorrow in the evening, is going to be these storms that fire up on the southeastern quadrant of that circulation in Massachusetts, back down into Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Long Island again. These might be some severe thunderstorms with interior gusts that exceed 60 miles an hour, and very isolated tornadoes are also possible with that as this low pressure system ejects off to the northeast and interacts with some lower level jet stream winds that are around 40 knots. So not a big tornado outbreak expected tomorrow like we would normally see with a landfalling tropical system that ejects off to the north and east, but definitely something to watch out here for, okay? Rhode Island, eastern Connecticut, central areas of Massachusetts, around 7 to 9 p.m. tomorrow, marginal tornado threat. Make sure you have a weather app or something like that to monitor the situation. It's nothing to freak out about. And then it gets out of here. And that is your forecast. Let's see here. Total precipitation, once again, we're looking at an astronomical amount of rain here in eastern Pennsylvania, North Jersey, and places south of Albany and New York. Prepare for flooding there, guys. Seriously. And make sure you don't drive through flooded waters. Don't walk in flooded waters. Just stay away from the flooded areas, okay? And we will all come out of this unscathed.
622 at the Armory.
My bird bath is overflowing. Wow. Let's see here. Let's go back to the cameras. We should be experiencing some heavier winds now in the Newport area. Little Compton. Let's go through some of our cameras and let's see what's happening on the ground. Once again, this is on the eastern side of Long Island, facing south. We've got some big time waves coming in. Obviously, they've closed the beach. They've literally closed it off because there were people out there earlier this morning. They're not going to let people out there anymore. We may see that storm surge increase enough to where we see those waves kind of overflowing into where those trucks are here in a little bit. That'd be interesting to see. Also, this is that same area, but pointing inland. Okay, so we're really just looking at some heavy rain here. We've got some gusty winds, but nothing too crazy. Now we're looking at Newport, Rhode Island. It's not the best camera view, but we can definitely see that there are some very gusty winds blowing through right now and some very heavy rain. We're going to watch this one closely because we might be able to see some of that storm surge. It looks like this might be tucked away inside of the bay to where we don't see those waves come in, but we might be able to see the water levels rise. Same thing here. Definitely have seen the water levels rise here, but we don't see any waves. I couldn't find an actual camera that pointed towards the ocean there where we could see some of the splash over. If you guys have anything like that, or if you know of anything like that, tweet it at me on Twitter, and I'll throw it up here. This is Vineyard Haven downtown. Okay, so this is another place that's experiencing some heavy winds and stuff. And this is probably the most unique view that we have. Let me refresh it here. This is Block Island in Rhode Island, and we can really see that things are starting to get intense there. Unfortunately, it's not the most comprehensive view because the glass there is kind of fogged up and it's kind of, watered down from all the rain. But you can see that the storm is definitely pushing that water onto shore, and it's happening. Hold on one second. It's happening right now. So we'll continue to watch this one, and you'll see this water level increase as we go. Let's also get an update on old Twitter. Old Twitter. Give me just a second. By the way, once again, if you have anything you want to send me, if your aunt took a video down there in Rhode Island of the storm surge coming in, and you want to send it to me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay, that's the best place to send it to me, and I will retweet it and show it here on the stream. I also want to get some updates from some of the storm chasers that are out there so we can see exactly what's going on the ground in that area. So I'm seeing a lot of images of flooding ongoing here. I'm going to show you guys this stuff here in just a second. I just want to retweet it first. If you want to get an early view at this stuff, go follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all. At Ryan Hall, y'all. By the way, a lot of devastating images coming out of Tennessee. Yesterday, we had some historic flooding in Tennessee, west of Nashville. Wow, we actually don't have a lot of updates out here from the storm chasers that are along the coast.
Road is completely blocked. There's a tree down, fires. National Grid has
You hear there on the scanner, we got another tree down in Rhode Island. Wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing some power outages soon, or some widespread power outages. So once again, guys, this is my Twitter at Ryan Hall. Y'all go follow it and retweet all this stuff, okay? Retweet my link to the stream. And also retweet these images from our storm chasers and from these people that are taking pictures and stuff out here. Here is flooding that's occurring in New Jersey before Henri even makes landfall. Okay, so this is what I was talking about with that rain band that's on the western side of our circulation here. It's just parked over portions of New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and this is the kind of flooding that we can expect all the way through southern portions of New York, eastern Pennsylvania, and North Jersey. Okay, so if you live in a flood-prone area, if you've seen something similar to this happen before in your town, this is probably going to happen again at some point today or this evening. as just an unprecedented amount of rain is falling in some of these areas. So you got to be prepared for that. We've known this was coming for a little while now. By the way, if you're new here and you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. I've been talking about this storm for days. We've seen it coming from literally 1,000 miles away. All right. So if you subscribe to the channel, you get my daily forecast updates on all the different stuff that we talk about when it comes to weather. And I don't stop. I don't just talk about hurricanes. Up here in the Northeast, we deal with blizzards and nor'easters. I talk about those as well. And in the spring, I talk about tornado outbreaks and, all the different stuff. And sometimes I actually go out there and chase the storms myself. So that is what we're dealing with right now. As far as the Twitter goes, okay? Let me back to radar view here. I think we're getting really close to a landfall situation. I think the center of circulation's actually down here. So what we're experiencing is exactly what the weather models were showing us earlier, okay? A lot of this precipitation, this convective activity is trying its best to form up and then circulate and wrap around that center of circulation. That's what a hurricane does whenever it tries to intensify, and that's the phase that this storm was going through. But it's not going to be allowed to continue to intensify because of the cold waters and because of the fact that it's getting ready to go over land, okay? So our center of circulation's down here, and this area of convection is trying to wrap around, but it's not going to be able to. It's going to get stuck on the western half, and this is the rain band that's going to move up into Connecticut and eventually Massachusetts and cause widespread, significant flooding. Okay, so this is real now. This is not just stuff that we saw in the weather models. This is actually happening right now. This storm is picking up moisture and billions of gallons of water from the Atlantic Ocean, and it's going to carry it to your house there in Hartford, Connecticut, and dump it on the ground. So big time flooding is going to be expected there. Also, heavy winds, strong winds are going to be associated with the storm right here. So right now, those 70 mile an hour and those 60 mile an hour sustained winds are way offshore. But they are going to get closer as we get closer to this storm, okay? And as we get closer to landfall, that area is going to shrink. So we'll probably see something like this. And then the actual area that gets, those sustained winds above 60 miles an hour will be a very, very small area around the Charlestown to Newport area in Rhode Island, okay? Unless this thing pulls a left turn here at the last minute, which it looks like on that last frame it might be doing. That. Yeah, actually, that's probably just my mind playing tricks on me with some of that convection moving off to the east. But now this is the part of the storm where we have to start paying attention to each frame of the model, because the center of circulation here, if it starts going this way, that's good news for Newport, right? If it starts going this way, that's bad news for Newport. So we're really nowcasting now. We're no longer forecasting this hurricane. We are nowcasting. We're going to watch its every single move as it moves through, and we're going to make sure that we let people know exactly where this thing's going to make landfall and where the most intense winds are going to be.
Oh my goodness. Actually, it was longer than that.
Make sure we got all of our radars focused on this.
Garage for the car. So I ended up looking further and further away from rain, but I did not want to. Have a long commute.
Give me just a second, guys. Playing around here, making sure everything's set up. We are entering landfall mode. We're expecting landfall to happen within the next couple of hours, and we will stay live until that does happen. Now, I don't think I'll be staying live for the whole day or anything, but I will be providing updates on my Twitter account. So, if you live a little bit further inland here, if you want to keep up with me, follow me on Twitter and Facebook. So once again, we got a tree down through the roof in southern portions of Rhode Island. Got trees down on wires near Falcon Drive. Got a tree down on Orchard. So lots of trees already coming down, guys. Lots of trees already coming down, and that's one of the things that we were concerned with initially was the fact that trees coming down are going to cause significant power outages. So actually pull up some information on that. So right now it looks like we're doing okay as far as power outages go. We've got 3,207 people out of power in the southern portion of Rhode Island right now. So that's actually really good. That's actually really good. I do expect that to increase, but as of right now, that's okay. 2,500 people without power in Suffolk County there in New York. But Massachusetts, yeah, we're doing good. We're doing really good. Nobody's out in Dukes County in Massachusetts, which is getting hit pretty hard right now. So we're going to keep up with the power outage situation as well, because I do think that will, after we experience the brunt of the significant winds that we get, that's going to be the main story as this makes landfall. But soon after that, the next big story is going to be the power outages that are happening due to the downed trees and stuff that are coming out of the area. We do have almost 900 people watching now, guys. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing the stream. If everybody that's watching right now, all 900 people, if you haven't already, don't spam your friends and stuff. But if you haven't already, if you copy the link to this stream, if you share it on Facebook, Twitter, or send it in a text message to a friend or family that lives in Rhode Island or one of the affected areas in the northeastern part of the United States, we can make sure that we get this vital information out to as many people as possible. You can help me get this stuff out, guys. There's a lot of people out there that don't have cable television. There's a lot of people that just don't watch the news anymore, and they might not know the severity of the situation that we're getting ready to enter here on the coast of Rhode Island and portions of Long Island and southern portions of Massachusetts as well. So let's try to share it to as many people as possible. What's up, Ray Gibson? I live in Boston, Massachusetts. Randall, if you live in Boston, I think you're going to be all right. I really think you're going to be all right. That's going to be one of the least affected areas. I do believe that. Like the rain shower that you're getting right now is probably one of the worst things that you're going to get out of this. You're going to get some gusty winds, but really the vast majority of the heavy stuff is going to happen to your south and west.
And then we went through a spell where, there was like no growth whatsoever.
What I learned, get cash and gas before the storm. Get ice, get canned protein and propane for your outside grill. That's a good idea. Yeah, get some cash, get some gas, get some canned protein and propane. That does work to keep you, especially during a situation where you experience a power outage. Looks like maybe a Western component on satellite, but I don't know. I have no TV. This is my favorite weather channel. Thank you, guys. I'm just reading the chat right now. If anybody has any big questions, go ahead and relay them to me in the chat. And I will try to answer all of them. Obviously, I won't be able to answer all 800 people's questions. But I will try to answer as many as possible. Not Hack said, did Henri already peak? Yes. So this storm that we're seeing right now come ashore here in portions of Rhode Island is a tropical storm right now. It was a hurricane just a couple hours ago, but now it's a tropical storm, and it is weakening, okay? It is weakening. The peak of the storm has already passed. This is not going to continue to intensify as it gets closer to the states here, but that does not mean that it's going to be a less of an impact, okay? We always expected this was going to make landfall as a tropical storm, all right? The storm surge, the power outages, the downed trees, and the flooding, that's still going to happen. All right, but it is weakening, and the farther north that it goes, the weaker it will become. When will this storm be most intense? Well, it depends on where you are. The storm was most intense last night, okay, as far as central pressure and winds go. But if you're in Newport, for example, the most intense part of the storm is going to happen from now until probably about 2 hours from now. Actually, probably about 3 hours from now. So from now for the next 3 hours, you're going to experience some pretty, intense stuff. Now, if you're a little bit further north, let's say you're in Providence, Rhode Island, that's going to start in about 2 hours, and it'll last through, about 2 hours after that. And then the most intense portion of the storm through this area over here is going to be happening this evening. Okay, so all this moisture is getting flung up here from the hurricane or from the tropical storm, and it's just going to park itself over here and cause significant flooding there in eastern Pennsylvania, North Jersey, and portions of New York south of Albany.
Now, in a Grandmaster network, I'm sure, I don't know if you know about system fusions and the other DMR network, TJF and stuff like that, but
yeah, somebody said, if you didn't know, Ryan typically forecasts the weather every day and videos go up around 10 a.m. Eastern. Yeah. So like I said earlier, we've been watching this storm come from thousands of miles away. I've been talking about it every single day during a detailed forecast video that I published to the channel. So make sure, if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you want to see those in the future. Now, I don't post literally every day. If there's nothing going on with the weather, I don't post. So don't worry about subscribing to me, and then your subscription feed is just full of, oh, it's going to be partly cloudy in Wyoming today, because I don't talk about that stuff. I only make videos, and I only, get on here and live stream and stuff when we're talking about serious stuff. If you just want to keep up with your day-to-day scattered thunderstorm risk, I always recommend you go to the National Weather Service and keep up with it that way. But when things get intense and we've got an actual named storm or a blizzard or a hurricane or a tornado outbreak that's getting ready to happen, I do daily videos to talk about that. Okay. Any forecast for southern New Hampshire? Just a nor'easter, basically. Brian, yeah, basically that's exactly what's going to happen in southern New Hampshire. You're going to have a nor'easter come through, okay? And it's probably not even going to be the strongest nor'easter you've ever seen. And gusts of 20, 30 miles an hour. You might see a 40-mile-an-hour gust here and there, and some heavy rain in Vermont, New Hampshire. That's pretty much all you got to worry about. Thankfully, this storm has a very small wind field. And the impacts are going to be limited to a very small area, but the thing is there's tons of people that live down here. So even though it's a small area that's being affected, it's still a very large subset of the population. Oh, we got a video from Point Judith. Check that out there on Twitter. Thank you, Brad, for tweeting this at me. Remember, guys, if you want to, you can tweet stuff to me, and I'll show it here on the stream. So yeah, things are getting choppy down there. That is some dangerous water. Could you imagine trying to go out and swim in that? That's near Point Judith. Yeah, they are really close to experiencing some of the more intense winds right now. So let me show you on a radar. So that's what we're looking at in Point Judith, right? Lots of storm surge coming in. Lots of big waves, some tropical storm force gusts, it looks like. And that's Point Judith. That's where it is, okay? So to give you some context, probably one of the closer areas to the central portion of the low pressure that we see. So the winds that they're seeing there right now, that's part of this part of the storm, okay? And that's going to be coming ashore here very shortly to the rest of Rhode Island.
26 Jewett Street. 25-year-old female here on the third floor. Difficulty breathing, positive for COVID pneumonia.
But it is what it is. I guess people get into the heated conversation, and then before you know it, they forgot what channel.
So that's what we're looking at. I've been through them in Miami. Yeah, this is nothing compared to the hurricanes that we've seen in Florida and Louisiana and places like that. But this the Northeast is built different. They're not prepared for this kind of stuff. Do you think that northern West Virginia and Ohio will get any effects from the storm? Not much. Not much at all. You might get some rain, but we're not looking for much in the way of significant impacts at all.
Okay, Roger, KD2 UED. Fine QSO, fine business. Thank you for returning the call, Jose. And you have yourself a marvelous Sunday. I've been trying to stay dry. It's going to be hard today. But I'm going to remind you on Q.
See some of those stronger wind gusts now working into the Montauk, New York area.
Hello, Delta 2, Foxtrot, Tango Alpha, and we will be clear off of the call.
See the water's getting a little bit more unstable there in Newport. And I hate that I keep having to refresh this. Get an ad. I'm going to try to find a live feed from this area down here. Give me just a second, guys. I want to try to find some more live cameras.
Carpet. I dragged it onto the shoulder. Can you come and get it? Yeah, 10-4. I got to stop it.
President Boston, Francis there. 296 Pompeo Road.
Because I have none. Somebody took them off my truck.
31 and calling 320.
Yeah, there's not a lot out here.
296 Pompeo Road.
All right.
Not a lot out here at all.
QB minutes 1 responding.
No, there's none in the building, Jeff. I checked the building.
Second. I'll be right back with you guys. Trying to prepare for landfall here and make sure we have as many angles of this storm making landfall as possible so we can show everything that's going on.
Northbound, just north of Old Town Road.
Shoulder pain and high blood pressure.
Southbound, north of Old Town Road, no problem. Just to confirm, northbound, north of Old Town. Northbound,
Lakeville, Marion.
north of Old Town Road, no problem. I got it.
Marion, Marshfield.
Yes, Ricky, go ahead. You in the airbank right now, by our shop? I'm on, I just hit off at 66 right now. We're on top of the elevator, we're getting out. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not finding a lot. I think what we have is probably the best that we will get.
Female cardiac arrest. Patient currently in PEA. ALS has been established. ETA is about 2 minutes.
For set off because of power issues. Check the device.
Is that a store or a house?
How do you pronounce the area in southern Rhode Island? Is it Narragansett? Narragansett. I hope I'm saying that right. We're going to be talking about that here in a second.
Tienes que devolver la parte trasera contra la barrera.
Headquarters 405. Town of Brookhaven is responding back. He has a 2-minute ETA. He's in a big red town truck. But she's in the parking lot by the park.
Okay.
By the wooded area.
Okay. So, a refresh here, and we're going to go through everything again. I just had to retweet some stuff and get it out there. So, once again, if you are on Twitter, I am retweeting all these images and pictures from Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and Connecticut. If you want to go see them up close for yourselves and retweet them for yourselves, make sure you go over to my Twitter, @Ryan Hall, and give me a follow. Also, if you're on Twitter and you want to send me a video or a picture of something you found online, or maybe even if you took it out your back door, you can send that to me, and I will show it here on the stream, okay? So here is, once again, that video from Point Judith in Rhode Island at 9 a.m. It was about 30 minutes ago. Some really intense waves coming in and some strong tropical storm force gusts. And we also have, here's also another video from North Point, or north of Point Judith. And you can see that things are really getting choppy there. And it's this kind of stuff in combination with the stronger winds that's going to cause a problem as we get later on into the day here, and we actually landfall somewhere in Rhode Island there. So that's what we're looking at. These waves are going to get bigger. The surf's going to get choppier, and the rain's going to come down harder, and the wind's going to blow faster as this storm gets closer. And if we want to take a very close look at where the storm is right now, that's what we've got all these fancy radars for. As you can see, that central area of low pressure is somewhere south of New Shoreham. All right, east of the, the eastern point of Long Island there, and it does look like it's moving mostly north. Another view here. Yeah, it's moving northwest, and I still think that we're going to have a landfall somewhere in Rhode Island there. Now, this, it can change. These things can wobble a lot as they come up, all right, and then do something like that, or it could even do something like that. Where exactly it's going to cross onto the shore at is still unknown, but I do think it's going to be in Long Island between Rhode Island between Westerly, Winnipeg, and Newport. Okay, somewhere in here is where it's going to make landfall, and then on the eastern side of that is where we're going to experience the brunt of the tropical storm force winds. Once again, sustained winds at least 50 miles an hour. That's going to bring down a plethora of trees, and then with wind gusts probably up to 60 or 70 miles an hour. So right now, what's happening in Newport and South Kingston and Shannock and all these areas is it's pouring the rain, and you've got some decent wind gusts. You're probably gusting around 40 or 50 miles an hour right now with sustained winds around 20. Now, as this storm gets closer, the ground's going to continue to be saturated, and the wind's going to start blowing harder. And those trees that you have up there are not built for that kind of stuff, so they're going to start falling, and we are going to start experiencing more power outages as we go forward. We've already added a couple to the list here. If we look at Rhode Island, we currently have 3,342 people without power there in let's see here, what county is that? Washington County and southern portions of Rhode Island. So it's still not bad. It's still not bad at all. So we're going to keep up with that, and we're going to keep track of how many power outages we have as we go forward. And what else we got? Let's get the official National Hurricane Center update here. This was they do an update at 8 a.m., and this is the last one that we got. Once again, this is Tropical Storm Henri. With a maximum sustained wind gust of 70 miles an hour. And take away the word gust, and I would be right there. This is maximum sustained wind of 70 miles an hour. That doesn't mean that the wind blows 70 miles an hour and then it stops for a little bit, and it blows 70 miles an hour and it stops for a little bit. That means the wind blows 70 miles an hour. All right. So that is some very intense winds, especially for the Northeast. The trees and the infrastructure up here is just not built for it. And that's why we are concerned with the possibility for lots of down trees and power outages in this area. In fact, if we go back to the radar view and we look at WSV3, we got some storm reports out here. We have a tree down on wires on Falcon Drive there in Rhode Island. We also have a tree down through the roof of a home on Overhill Road in Washington County and Rhode Island. And that is, once again, some of the stuff that we are looking at as far as tree damage goes. And all these are coming out of Rhode Island right now. And I want to kind of refresh that program because I think I lost some of the more recent data. So let's back to the web browser here while I fool around with this. But once again, this was the 8 a.m. hurricane advisory. We have Tropical Storm Henri making landfall within the next couple of hours there, somewhere between Westerly, Rhode Island, and Newport. And we're going to stream it live here. Stream it live on. Not getting my data. All right, anyways, that's some of the stuff that we're looking at right now. Now, who wants to see official forecast? Who wants to see what this could look like on radar as we go into the future? Okay, I know there's a lot of people watching in upstate Connecticut, Massachusetts, up here as well that are concerned about the impacts, and we can talk about all of that if enough people want to see it. Let's see some hype in the chat. We've got almost 900 people here. We're going to be here for a little while, so we might as well get comfortable. Who wants to see the forecast? Who wants to see me go through all that again? I'm leaving it up to you guys. Gotta stay hydrated when you talk this much, man. Woo. We can look at the NAM 3 kilometer. We can also look at the HWRF model as well to try to get a better idea of what's going on there. Oh, Echo downstairs eating breakfast and watching Daddy. Get her done. Let's see the forecast. All right, that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the forecast now. If you live anywhere in the Northeast, I'm getting ready to do an in-depth forecast on everything that's going to happen with the storm. We're going to talk about the radar, what the radar is going to look like later today. We're going to talk about the wind gusts. We're going to talk about the total amount of rainfall that's going to fall and all of the hazards that are associated with this storm as we go forward. So if you live in New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, or Maine, or Delaware even, make sure you stay tuned here as I go through this forecast, okay? It takes me about 20 minutes to get all the way through it. And then after that, I'll answer some questions in the chat. Now, before I get started, I'm going to ask one more time. I know it gets annoying when I start, harping on this over and over again, but I'm going to ask one more time if all the 836 people that we have here right now were to go on social media and share this on Facebook, share this on Twitter, go to my Twitter and just retweet my post about it, or send it in a Facebook message to a friend or a family member, or a text message. We can possibly get this information out to more people than anybody else in media right now, because people don't watch the news. A lot of people don't have cable. All right, so let's get this YouTube stream out to as many people as possible, and I can only do that with your help. Okay, now if you don't have social media, if you do not have Facebook, I don't blame you at all, but you can also help too by simply hitting the like button. Okay, hit the like button down below, and then YouTube's algorithm will promote this video to more people without you having to go on Facebook and stuff like that, which I completely understand. But either one you do, or if you do both, I greatly appreciate it. Now I'm going to shut the heck up and start talking about the weather. Okay, once again, latest update on Hurricane Henri here. We've got maximum sustained winds at 70 miles an hour. It's moving north-northwest at 16 miles an hour. Tropical storm warnings are in effect from the coast of New Jersey, from Toms River, all the way up into Cape Cod there on the shore of Massachusetts. All right, so that is what we're looking at, and we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at the weather models. We don't have a 12Z update yet, but we're getting ready to have one. And we'll look at that one whenever it comes out. And I'm going to pause the music now, and we are going to talk about this right here. Let's go. Here we are. Forecast time. If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's always displayed right here. So here's the NAM model, okay? This is going to make landfall probably sometime between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. at this point. And it's going to make landfall somewhere between this portion of the western portion of Rhode Island and the eastern portion. At this point, I think there's no doubt about that. So this is going to make landfall somewhere around Newford. New Bedford, South Kingston, something like that. And just pretty much along the coast of Rhode Island, be prepared for a landfall within the next hour or two. That's what's going to be happening, okay? So we're going to push this thing into motion, and we're going to watch as some of the more intense portion of the storm now makes it onto the mainland portion of the United States, and we get that heavy rain in eastern Connecticut and western portions of Rhode Island, okay? This is going to be around noon today. We're going to be talking about extremely heavy tropical downpours there in eastern Connecticut, and that's going to cause flash flooding. Like I talked about earlier, one of the things we look at when we try to predict how heavy rain's going to be inside of thunderstorms is the precipitable water, okay? This is the amount of moisture or water in the air that's available for thunderstorms to tap into and then turn into rainfall. And normally out here in these yellows and some of the brighter greens and stuff, that's normally what we work with, okay? If you've ever been in a thunderstorm before, you've likely been in maybe some of the reds, but definitely some of the yellows and stuff like that. Now, when we get into the purples and the blues that are showing up here in eastern areas of Connecticut through much of Rhode Island and portions of Massachusetts, we're talking about tropical rainfall, tropical downpours, and beyond what you've probably seen in a long time. So these numbers don't mean much. It's just a scale from 0 to 3.5. So we're getting close to 3 in some of these areas. That means that this is going to be a 3 times heavier generally than just your typical yellow shaded radar rain shower, if you know what I mean. So it's going to be a pretty intense downpour here as it comes ashore around noon today, and that is going to cause widespread flash flooding, and also it's going to saturate that ground, and when the winds start blowing, it's going to blow those trees down really, really easily because the roots aren't holding on to anything. It's all mush. Okay, let's talk about wind too. So this is the 10-meter wind gusts associated with this storm, and this is kind of what we can see. I have to refresh here. Hold on. Okay, we're starting to get the 6Z update. My bad. this is kind of what we can see as we go forward, okay? So as you can see right here, some wind gusts, let me do miles an hour. Yeah, some wind gusts while the storm's offshore are still above 70 miles an hour, okay? Now, it's important that I mention this, okay? First of all, we're looking at the NAM 3 kilometer, which is a little bullish on intensity. We're also looking at the 10-meter wind gusts, which means that this is the wind gusts that are happening 10 meters above the surface, and that is not sustained winds. That's gusts, okay? So 10 meters above the surface out there near the island called North Shoreham, they're experiencing winds around 80 miles an hour, okay? That probably channels down into 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts on the surface. Now, let's push this forward, and you'll see that area of brown and red that's associated with those higher wind gusts. It's going to start deteriorating, okay? And thankfully, before this makes landfall, the vast majority of it is going to go away. Let's actually zoom in now as we talk about these winds. Let's see here. Do we have a Rhode Island view? Do we have a Rhode Island view? Probably don't. This regions. We can probably zoom in just a little bit more though. There we go. That's a little bit better. So you can see some of those heavier winds, those really strong winds are going to dissipate before they come onto the shore, and that's good news. But here we are still at this point around, let's see here, 12 p.m. noon today when that thing's really making landfall. We are going to see possibly some wind gusts around 60 miles an hour over here with sustained winds probably around 40 to 50 miles an hour. It's on this eastern side that I think we're going to see some of the stronger winds that we may even see some gusts higher than that, 65, 70 miles an hour. Right in the Bay Area there, south of Providence, Rhode Island. Okay, so that's where I think the absolute worst of this storm is going to hit. All right, so once again, gusts of wind up to 60 miles an hour and sustained winds between 40 and 50 miles an hour are going to bring down a ton of trees and cause some significant storm surge. Now, here's another thing to look at, okay? Now, once it makes landfall, literally, once that center of circulation makes it onto land, it just dissipates, man. And we see the vast majority of those winds just completely go away once this comes ashore, okay? Now, we're going to see some gusty winds in northeastern Connecticut and through much of western Massachusetts, okay? We might see some gusts even as far up to 40 or 50 miles an hour, even to, later this evening around 4 p.m., and that combined with the rainfall is going to cause power outages and down trees and stuff. But really quickly around 8 p.m. tonight, this is just going to be your typical weak nor'easter, weak storm as it moves through. And then our main focus is going to be the rainfall. And let me show you a little bit about the rainfall here. I want to show you why I'm concerned about it. Once again, heavy rain here. We've got that high precipitable water value that is going to cause these storms to put down more rain than they typically would, even if they did look like that on radar. And then as we get later on into the day, we get this this expansion happening, okay? So that central area of low pressure, once it makes landfall, it weakens. It's going to start to expand, okay? That's just typically what happens. If you have a tight area of low pressure, it's usually stronger than a more loose one. So whenever it loosens out and expands, it's going to send this area of precipitation off to the west with it. And we're going to see that extremely heavy rainfall in Albany, points south towards New York City. And then in Easton, Pennsylvania, points north towards the tri-state area there between New York, Pennsylvania, and New Jersey. And then this is the really interesting thing that really caught my eye earlier. What happens with this storm from this point is absolutely something that you don't see every day. Okay, we're going to see this hurricane or this tropical storm perform a cartwheel right in front of our eyes and then take off and go to the northeast. And that's one of the reasons why we're so concerned about the rain out here. Let me loop this for you. Did you get that? Let me play that one more time for you. That is a tropical storm. Not only is it rotating because that's the nature of tropical storms, but the rotating storm is rotating around itself and then ejecting off to the northeast. And the fact that it's doing that is going to make those rain bands stay over the same areas for such a long time over here that I'm seriously concerned about the flooding. North Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, southern portions of upstate New York, that is the place that you got to be watching out for. Some very significant flooding this evening. And if that was to actually happen, man, 8 inches, 10 inches of rain cannot be out of the question there. And some of these areas, especially in North Jersey, have already seen a tremendous amount of rain. So that's something you don't want to see. Yeah, thank goodness it's not snow. You're talking, if this was a snowstorm, if this was happening in the winter, we'd be talking about 4 feet of snow, if not more. So yeah, thank goodness it's not snow. But yeah, that's That's what's going to happen with the rain. And then this is going to eject off to the northeast and cause probably a severe thunderstorm situation from Massachusetts down into Long Island tomorrow between 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. with an isolated tornado threat. And then it's going to go out to sea. It's not going to be much of anybody's problem anymore. Okay, we're going to be dry. We're going to be dry as we're cleaning up from the mess that Henri has made. Mostly the mess is going to be flooding over here and some damage along the coast of Connecticut, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts there. So that's what's going to happen with that. Now let's get a live update on what's going on exactly right now. Okay, so once again, that central area of low pressure associated with Tropical Storm Henri is getting ever so closer to the coast there. We are, what, 22 miles now, 22 miles away from making landfall. I still think this is going to happen in a couple hours. And it does look to me like the last couple frames here, it's made a left turn. This was kind of going north, and I think it's moving a little bit to the left now, which means that that's actually good news for Newport. Okay, South Kingston, that's good news for you. Now, don't let your guard down. You're still going to experience some really heavy winds, but I think probably some of the more intense winds now are going to be focused towards Charlestown and the areas just near it. Okay, so this is part of what we have to do when we're forecasting these tropical systems as they're coming in. The forecast models can tell you this. All right, let me zoom out. The forecast models can tell you this. All right, it's going to happen. Oops, and I keep making that too big. Okay, the forecast models can tell you this. It's going to happen somewhere in that cone, all right? But what they can't tell you is exactly what's going to happen and where it's going to happen. And in order to find that out, you have to look at these, each radar frame by frame as it moves in. And that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to watch this closely. This can kind of jiggle and fluke around, and it might come back up and go this way, or it might, go a little bit further west, or it could go directly north from here. And whichever one it does, we're going to be here watching it live as it comes through on the radar here. We also have live cameras. Here we are on the eastern half of Long Island. We got some big waves coming in now. I think we just passed high tide and it's starting to go down, but you'll still see that storm surge expressing towards the beach as we go later on into the day. We've got a downtown look at Montauk there. And then we have Newport in Rhode Island, where some of the waters are starting to move around a little bit more. You can see those boats moving around. This is in a bay area, so it's not right on the beach, so we're not seeing a lot of that chop. Same thing here, but you're seeing some of the heavier or the stronger winds moving through as you can see those rain bands skiff across the bay there. This is here. This is Vineyard Haven downtown. If I can get it to load. And this is the light. The lighthouse cam hardly ever works. These two cameras are really giving me a hard time. But you can see we're on Block Island in Rhode Island. We are experiencing some really deteriorating conditions there as the rain's coming down pretty hard. And we're getting some pretty good gusty winds there in Vineyard Haven and the island there south of Massachusetts. So that's what we're looking at right now. We'll get some more cameras. I'm going to have to refocus these cameras to where they point towards Charlestown because I think that's where we're actually going to have a landfall. But I'll do that right here in a second. Now I am looking at the chat. I'm looking at the chat. Have any questions for me? Let me know right now, and I will try to answer them as best as I can. It's getting hot in this room. You see me sweating? Hold on, I gotta get the temperature down. If you're just now tuning in and you're like, why is this guy burning up so much? Because I have 15 monitors in here running. I got the door closed. Turn the temperature down. And I'm also talking like 800 words a minute. The workout. Does it look like for Fairfield County, Connecticut? Fairfield County, Connecticut. Where is that? Let me find out where that is, and I'll tell you. Fairfield County, Connecticut, your biggest thing here is definitely going to be rain. Okay, so you're definitely going to get some of the stronger winds here in a little bit. Let me go back to the radar view there for Fairfield County, Connecticut. Guys over here, you've been seeing a lot of the rain. You're probably starting to see some of the flooding starting to happen. But what's going to happen is this area of precipitation, that deep convection around the center of circulation there, is going to continue to expand as it comes onto shore, and you'll be associated with the southern portion of that as it comes through. So you're going to get a break in the rain right here, probably lasts an hour or two. But when that second round of rain starts, it's probably not going to end for a little while, and you're going to experience some very on the shore if you live on the coast, and you are also going to experience some very heavy downpours that will lead to flash flooding, and of the significant type, not your just average flash flooding either. Don't forget to tell the members to check the community tab on your channel. Yeah, that's right, I forgot. Thank you, Dwayne, for mentioning that. Dwayne is one of our new channel members here, and last night we had a members-only live stream where we kind of nerded out and talked about the weather and stuff and looked at some of the reconnaissance data from the hurricane hunters and stuff. And we didn't have a lot of people on the members-only live stream because it didn't send out notifications. So if you are a member of this channel and you want to be a part of the members-only live stream, I do them every once in a while. Make sure you check in on the community tab every once in a while so that you can get access to that. And yes, if you are a member of the channel, if you didn't know, you get access to exclusive live streams that I try to do weekly. Let's see here. What else? What else we got here? What about Albany, New York? Okay, so Albany, that's a good question. Let me switch over here to WSV3 so we can kind of focus on a broad view here. This is Albany. This is the storm. And remember, we just looked at the weather models there, and we watched what happens. As the storm comes ashore, it's going to rapidly deteriorate. So, you know, if it didn't, it would probably come up and affect Albany in a very significant way with the rain and the winds and the power outages and stuff. But right now, I think the main threat for Albany is just going to be the rain. So if you don't live in a flood-prone area and you live in Albany, or especially Albany points north, I wouldn't worry at all about this storm. Now, if you do live in a flood-prone area and, you know, 4 inches of rain or so can cause flooding where you live, you're probably going to be dealing with it today. So be prepared for that. How do I become a member? If you want to become a member, guys, all you got to do is click the button next to the subscribe button that says join, or there's a link in the description. And if you don't see that link, I'm getting ready to post one in the chat right now. I'm only going to do this once. You guys don't have to become a member. I know it's annoying for me to keep talking about it, but there's a lot of people out there that want to support the channel, and this is the best way for them to do it. So let me give you a link right now. Light members, yeah, copy that link. Yeah. So I'm posting this in the chat 3 or 4 times. I'm going to spam it in the chat. If anybody out there is watching right now and you want to become a member of the channel, now's your chance to do it. You're going to get a shout out, your name pop up on the screen, and you will have access to custom emotes. You'll have access to members only live streams and early access to behind the scene videos whenever I storm chase and all that stuff. And it just allows me to continue doing this. Okay. I can't take time away from my other work that I do and my family, and just do this. You know, it takes 5 hours a day most of the time to make the videos that I make, unless that there's some sort of income coming from that. So you guys that are members of the channel, you're the reason I get to keep to do this. So thank you so much. That's the last I'm going to talk about it. Okay, that's the last I'll talk about it. Man-made climate change is real. Oh, I thought somebody was trying to debunk the fact that man-made climate change is real, but no, I don't want to talk about that. That's not what we're here for. We're tracking a tropical storm that's going to have direct impacts on people's lives. Okay, we don't need to get political or start talking about conspiracy theories or the climate in general. We're talking about one specific hurricane here. Okay. Let's see here. We're pretty quiet right now in Connecticut. Really enjoyed your show this past winter. Hey, no problem. No problem. Yeah, also, if you can't become a member, that's totally fine. Don't worry about that. Just subscribe to the channel. Hit the subscribe button. We do these live streams. If there's a big blizzard coming, or if there's a winter storm or anything like that. 99. I'm north of Norwich, Connecticut, and I'm not seeing much of anything happening right now. When should I start to expect to see things? Let's go back to radar view and let's look up Norwich, Connecticut. Okay, so you are north of Norwich, which means that you're probably right here. So, you know, read it and weep, baby. That big area of rain that's getting ready to come over you is going to drop a significant amount of rain in a short period of time. And then when the second band gets to you, that's when you're going to start seeing those really intense winds come through, possibly in excess of 30 to 40 miles an hour. And that's when those trees are going to come down. So if you live in, Norwich, New London, Plainfield out here, you've only got a couple hours left now to prepare for, this wind event. Okay, this is going to be sustained winds around 30 to 40 miles an hour. It's going to knock down trees. It's going to cause power outages. So make sure you are prepared right now. I hope your chase truck will be finished soon. It will be. It will be. Is there going to be tornadoes from the upper right quadrant? There's a slight chance of that happening, but since there's not much convection in the upper right quadrant, I don't think we have much to worry about. There's not a lot of storms actually firing off over there on the eastern side of this storm. Now, if all this energy was allowed to wrap around the center and then kind of reconvect over here and we can get some feeder bands, I would say that there would be a little bit of a tornado threat. It also has to do with the direction of which the storm's going, okay? It's going this way. A lot of times, tropical storms that make landfall that eventually cause tornado problems are traveling this way, okay? Those 850 millibar low-level jet stream winds have to interact with those 500 millibar winds in the right way to cause the spin. And a tropical storm that's rotating this way, that's coming on shore this way, really counteracts that interaction that you need to get storms to spin up.
Terminal in a coma, sleeping on an air mattress. Air mattress is getting soft core, requesting assistance, changing out the mattress with the number that she has right there.
So I'm just trying a couple more things in the chat here.
62, Ed.
Same flat and clear, good morning.
Good morning.
Hartford, is it heading that way? Yeah, Hartford, Connecticut. You're going to get it too. Hartford, Connecticut will get it. Okay, this big heavy band of precipitation is going to move up there. It'll be a couple hours before it gets to you, but the heavy rain and the wind and the power outages are definitely going to be a reality there. Not as much as on the coast, okay? It's important to note that the closer you live to water, the worse this is going to be. The further inland you are, the better. But still, 20, 30 mile an hour winds on top of an extremely saturated ground is going to cause problems there with downed trees. And if that interferes with your infrastructure enough to cause power outages, it's probably going to happen. Hey, D. Matthews, man, I see your tweet. This is how you access the satellite. I don't even get that menu bar on my Radar Omega. I don't know if I've done something wrong. I've screwed something up, but that doesn't even pop up on mine. I don't know what happened. So already 8 inches of rain in New Jersey. This is the kind of flooding I'm talking about, guys. If you're not experiencing this flooding yet and you're in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, or even, extreme eastern portions or southeastern portions of New York, this is what's to come. Like this kind of flooding is what's going on out here. Thank you so much, Meat Loafa, for sending these to me. Safe drivers crossing this flowing water in Windsor. Definitely don't drive through flooded waters, guys. I'm sure you've heard it before. Turn around, don't drown. That's a real thing, okay? If you turn around, you won't drown because, even though you've driven across that road a million times in your life and you know what to expect there, know what's underneath it, or at least you think you do, a lot of times, even shallow water that doesn't move that much, a lot of times, even that kind of water can wash out the road from underneath you, and then you drive into a big pit and you get washed away. So turn around, don't drown, don't drive through floodwaters, even if you're extremely familiar with the area. Let me go to start retweeting these. I'll put back on the radar view real quick. I'm going to retweet some stuff, and I'll show you some more pictures and videos from the ground. Lots of storm chasers out there today, guys. Anytime I retweet something on Twitter or show it here on the stream, it's very important that you also like their tweets and stuff, because they're the ones out there that are really putting their lives on the line. Ooh, we got an earth cam out there we got to look at. Ooh, we got Jim Cantori out there.
At United Rentals 250 Orchard Road off of Strong. The power room overhead door.
Okay, got a lot of stuff going on. I'm retweeting all this stuff. Make sure you follow me at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter if you want to see this stuff up close and retweet it for yourself. But I'll show it to you right now. And yet, Ryan Hall, y'all. Okay, so storm surge at South Beach. So this is on Long Island, I believe. So you can see that splashover is already happening. And a lot of that water's already making it onto the roads and stuff near the beaches there. This isn't, significant storm surge, probably not as bad as what we will see in some areas of Rhode Island, but it's definitely significant enough to cause problems. It's high tide there in southern portions of Rhode Island. Winds have picked up 35 to 40 miles an hour, and wave actions continues to batter the coast. So yeah, big time waves there on the southern portion of Rhode Island. That's what we're seeing there. Also, Jim Cantori. Look at Jim Cantori. He's at the Coast Guard House in Narragansett. Narragansett. I asked you guys how to pronounce that earlier, but I didn't pay attention to the chat after I said it. But that's, it's in the southern portion of Rhode Island there. And as you can see, the waves are getting big. The waves are getting big, and they will continue to get bigger as the storm gets closer. Here's the view from that earth cam. It's sluggish, but it gives you a good idea of the current conditions. Ooh, this is in eastern Long Island. That up here. Of course, advertisement. No ads. No ads here. Let's keep looking at these. This is Nicholas Isabella. Wind is really starting to pick up on the west side of Henri. So, yeah, we've got a lot of people out here, guys. We got a lot of people that some of these are storm chasers. Some of these are just regular people that live out here, and they're just kind of throwing up videos and stuff. So if you see anything like this that you think would be interesting to share here on the stream as we continue to track Henri, make sure you tag me in it and send it to me on Twitter and follow me while you're over there, okay? Let's look at this earth cam video first. Oh, yeah, it's very it's like it's hard to see exactly what's going on there.
Hey, Scott, Bill's gonna run up there with the machine.
I wonder if I can get that to work.
All right. Let me know if we're able to completely clear it. I think for the most part, we're going to just try to keep the road clear and not worry about sidewalks or roadsides.
So things are getting really choppy there. This is in Montauk, New York.
I'll let you know.
Is pretty much, they're really close to the central area of circulation there. They're on the west side, so they're not experiencing as significant of winds as you will in Rhode Island, but they are experiencing some crazy winds there, probably in excess of 50 or 60 miles an hour, and it's causing some really choppy stuff there with the waves and the tide coming in. I believe that there's this sign here suggests to me that there's probably an accessible area on the ground there below that, so pretty intense. Intense. We're getting closer to landfall. We are still not there, though. This still hasn't made landfall. We have not seen the most significant portion of this storm yet. That is still to come. That is still to come. That your fishing trip is called off for the day. Yeah. Yeah.
Respond to the Hampton N850 Center Boulevard. Sitting Zone 8, first floor main building, smoke, seats, and pole station.
There's still a lot of uncertainty with the track of this thing. crazy. This thing's only like 15 miles away from the coast. There's still some uncertainty as to exactly what's going to happen with where it's going to make landfall. It really doesn't matter at this point. Everything's pretty relative right now because, you know, if this thing shifts 5 miles to the west or 5 miles to the east, it's really not going to make that much of a difference for most people. Wow, it's getting really intense. Getting really intense out there. Let's switch to the radar view real quick. And let's look at radar scope here. Once again, the camera that we're seeing with all the crazy waves and the winds and stuff, that's right here. All right? So let me put that into perspective. That's right there. The strongest portion of the winds are going to be over here. And they're even stronger than what we're seeing down there. So that gives you any idea of what to expect in this area. That's it. All right. So Westerly, Charlestown, Point Judith, Great Island, Tuckertown, Bridgetown, Newport East, all these areas over here along the coast. You are getting ready to experience some very strong winds associated with this, okay? And it looks like actually the circulation here might not be as broad as that, so we might have to, you know, cut that down. The strongest winds will probably be around Point Judith or Charlestown. Nevertheless, the whole area here is going to experience very significant storm surge. And we are slowly seeing the increase of power outages out here as well. Rhode Island specifically, we've got 3,680 people without power there in Washington County. We also have 3,400 people in Bristol County without power. 500 people out in Newport now. Yeah, so that's going to continue to increase as we go forward. Let's check on Massachusetts, if there's anything going on out there yet. Yeah, we've got about 2,000 people without power now in Bristol County in Massachusetts. Also take a look at New York. They're doing a really good job of keeping Suffolk County alive out there with only 890 people without power. These numbers will continue to go up, though. They will continue to go up for sure.
Control for 405, disregard the 72, receive proper code.
Still answering verbal, you're loud and clear.
We'll be operating on our 800 for the duration of this phone number in our CAD. Thank you.
Looking through all of our different cameras here. I wish this one wasn't so bad. It would be pretty good if it wasn't so bad. But you can see it's getting pretty intense there. That's on the west side of the storm too. So there's already YouTube videos up with people flooding in New Jersey, cars with water over the roof. Yeah. The flooding in New Jersey right now is absolutely incredible, and I do believe that that's going to steal the. That's going to steal the glory from the tropical storm force winds on the coast here, because immediately after this stops, immediately after we see a calming down of the winds, immediately we're only going to be talking about the incredible flooding that's going on in New Jersey right now, because it's not going to stop. And it's also going to spread. We're going to see this heavy rain go all the way up through New York, and then all the way up through the Fishkill region, all the way up into possibly as far north as Albany. Okay, so the flooding is going to take precedent here by far, I believe. Yeah, you can see that, like, even last night, man, the flooding was bad. This is in New York. This is way before the storm ever made landfall. And this is, that's already what was happening. So New York, get ready for that. If you're not seeing that yet and you're in any of the areas that I was just naming off, you are going to. Significant flooding is imminent here. Get radar Omega. I do want to also emphasize that, as we get closer to the landfall here. The storm is weakening. So, and I don't know. I honestly don't even know where it's going to make landfall right now. It keeps moving east and then west. We were talking about possibly Newport getting the brunt of the storm just not too long ago. Now it's looking like that is moving a little bit towards the west, possibly Port Judith, Watch Hill, Charlestown, this area right here along the coast, along Highway 1 there. More close up here, I would watch out in Watch Hill. Okay, if you're in Watch Hill in Rhode Island, Weekapaug, man, these names are crazy. Dunn's Corners. What is this? Punochatog, the Ninigret National Wildlife Refuge, and Charleston Beach. Okay, all these areas. Watch out for the storm surge. It's coming. I'm telling you right now, it's coming. This storm right here has picked up tons of water down here, and it's moving it north. It's going to dump it on you. Oh.
Fire alarm, signal 6. Fire alarm, signal 6.
Man, it's going to be really intense when that makes landfall. I'm going to look for some more camp here.
Rescue 2 copies that. Rescue 2 transporting 1 to
833.
Bear with me, guys. Also, I'll be looking at the chat here, so if you have any questions about what's going to happen in your area or any questions at all, and I haven't answered them yet, make sure you go ahead and put it in the chat while I'm looking for stuff here.
Maroon coat minivan.
Engine 2 stand by for this spot.
We got a large tree down in Bedford, Massachusetts. So trees are already starting to fall in really like Bedford, Massachusetts. That's where some of the more intense winds are going on right now, as far as what Massachusetts will encounter. Okay, so that gives you a pretty good idea of the wind field here too. The strongest winds are going to be down here in this portion of the storm, but even over here in this portion of the storm, we're getting strong enough winds to knock down giant trees. So keep that in mind as this comes into the Providence area, Fall River, Taunton area south of Boston here in extreme southeastern Massachusetts. Should expect very strong winds within the next little bit that's able to knock down trees. Money. They are hard to pronounce. Yeah, they are hard to pronounce. Some of these names of these places. Very, very hard to pronounce indeed. Turn off some of these scanner feeds here so we can just hear them a little bit better, because I believe we're going to start getting reports of significant damage from some of these places. Going to listen into the background there as we listen to emergency services in Rhode Island, southeastern Connecticut, and also the NJTRBO Tri-State All-Star Node for the amateur radio feed and the Suffolk County Fire and EMS dispatch. Okay, so we've got all that going in the background. I'm also watching the National Hurricane Center's feed. I'm watching the National Weather Service tornado feed, and I'm watching all of my notifications here on Twitter as well. So if you want to send me any information, I will be able to relay it live here on the stream for everybody, so that we can get it out in a very streamlined manner. Okay. Oh yeah, I was looking at EarthCam. EarthCam. Tell me what you got, EarthCam. Not much.
111 Avenue.
Not much, to be honest with you.
Right at 3.
I think this is probably one of the better views that we have. Let's switch over to that live view. It's a choppy feed, but it's really giving you a good idea of some of the winds that we're experiencing on the eastern tip now of Long Island. Yeah, from Montauk, New York. Good morning, Say Less. Good morning, Scott Clark. The poor trees have no roots. Yeah, the roots down here are not going to be able to hold these trees up when these winds start coming through. This is not an unprecedented hurricane. Okay, it is a rare storm. It's an extremely rare storm for the Northeast for something like this to make it this far north and make landfall. If this would have made landfall as a hurricane, I believe that it would be the first time in 30 years that an actual hurricane made landfall in the southern portion of New England. But right now it is a tropical storm. It's not unprecedented. It's not Hurricane Sandy. It's not the end of the world, but it is significant, and it is going to affect a lot of people's lives here on the southeastern portion of Connecticut, southern Rhode Island, and southern portions of Massachusetts, especially if they live right there on the coast, man. This is going to be some intense storm surge and some intense winds that are coming through, and we're expecting to see lots of damage. It's also going to affect people generally out here to the west as well. Look at this rain band. Oh my God, look at this rain. I've never seen, I haven't seen a lot of things like this before, where we have something like this going on, this portion of the United States. That right there is tropical rain falling on the same areas over and over again, and the amount of flooding that these people are going to see if this doesn't move anytime soon, which it doesn't look like it's going to, is beyond anything they've seen in a long time. I can almost guarantee you that. This big elongated rain band, I don't even have the radar view up. Hold on. This big elongated rain band here is going to cause a lot of problems. And the problem on top of that is this is going to expand. As some of this moisture is wrapping around this system and feeding into this rain band, it's going to expand. And it's going to kind of wrap up to the north and then combine with this area of moisture as this goes off. So, okay, so I'm not only am I concerned about North Jersey here, New York City area, all the way through the north and east of Allentown for flooding, I am extremely concerned about what's going to happen to the north. We were talking about how this isn't an unprecedented hurricane. This may be an unprecedented flood situation if what happens up here is what I expect is going to happen, and this storm just kind of does a little cartwheel and then goes off to the north, dumping all of its moisture on this one area in a very short amount of time. So if you live in this area, I would start preparing for extreme flooding. Hyde Park, New Windsor, let's see here, Vernon in
Spring Street,
Jersey there. Florida and New Jersey, Delaware, all the way through north and east of Allentown there. This circle here, I would definitely watch out for flooding as that continues to cause big time problems there.
And East Road.
Wow, it's going hard west. It does look like it's moving even more west here, which means that the main impact areas are going to be from Winnipesaukee to Charlestown, to Gailey, or Galilee, I hope I'm saying that right, there on the shore of Rhode Island. And what we're also experiencing as well might not just be the fact that this is moving to the west, but it's that expansion of the low pressure system that I was talking about. The central area of low pressure is here. It was tight, and now it's expanding out, and that's going to turn the precipitation towards going that way as well. So, might not be an actual west shift in the storm itself. Dashcam Diaries. Thank you so much for the very generous $2 super chat. He says, TMR, tomorrow is the first day of college. I'm going for meteorology. Way to go, man. Have fun at college. Don't drop out. Don't change your mind. Around your junior year, you're going to have to start taking Cal 3 and upper level physics classes. If you're going for operational meteorology anyway. And it'll be hard. I'm sure it'll be really hard, but it's worth it. I wish that I would have stuck through and got my degree. I also went to school for meteorology, but I didn't finish. But it's okay because I still get to do what I love here, and I still take all that knowledge that I got from everything that I learned there at college and through the rest of my life studying weather to be able to provide these broadcasts for you. But thank you for that super chat, man, and I wish you good luck. College meteorology is one of the hardest things that you can study. I mean, it's not top 10 or anything, but it's definitely not easy. So there's a lot of math, a lot of physics involved, and good luck with that, man.
G from Engine 1.
Engine 1.
Let DPW know that there is a tree blocking half the lane on Kingstown Road between Inez and Avis.
Kate Blaze, thank you so much, Kate. Really do appreciate all the support, guys. I really do appreciate it. If you can't send a super chat or become a member, that's fine. Just hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Getting a lot of reports coming through on the scanner back there of trees down and roads flooded in the southern Rhode Island region. So I think we're just now starting to see some of those really intense winds make it onto shore. All right. So once again, Charleston, Charlestown, all the way over to Great Island there. Right now is the time when you're going to start seeing those really intense winds start to come through. Let's switch over to Radar Omega here so we can get a little bit better view of the areas that this is going to be impacting. Once again, Weekapaug, Wakanakachog, the area between Weekapaug and Charleston Beach is just now. When this dry slot of air moves into the area, that's when some of the stronger winds are going to be moving through, okay? Also, you see the live camera that we've got going where the waves are just going crazy. That's down here, okay? That's way down here. So the very strong winds that are associated with the core of this storm are getting ready to move ashore in the Rhode Island area, and I hope you're ready for it. I really do. This is going to be sustained winds of 50 miles an hour or higher with gusts near 70. Storm surge around 2 to 5 feet. And also, lots of trees are going to come down because of the saturated ground, and power outages are going to continue to be a problem as this approaches the shore there. Once again, I think landfall is going to occur here sometime within the next hour or so between Metamucil, Weekapaug, Wakanagachog, and Charleston Beach. Honestly, I'm sorry for the mispronunciation of these places, but if you live down here, you know what I'm talking about. You're familiar with the area south of Highway 1 there, south and west of Charleston, or Charlestown. That's the area that we're watching right now for some of the heavier winds to move into, okay? It's pronounced Wickabaug. Okay, so Weekapaug is Wickabog. Okay, gotcha. What about Quanachantog? Quanachantog. Is that Crunchy Tog? These are some of the craziest names I've ever seen. I thought Mississippi had some weird names.
Engine 2 unreadable.
What was the name of the restaurant we saw in Mississippi during that tornado outbreak? Oh yeah, we zoomed in and we were looking at different restaurants and like commercial areas that the tornado was about to experience, and we saw it was a restaurant named Fiddle Farters. Literally an actual popular restaurant down there named Fiddle Farters, and I had to say that live on the air, and I think we had 10,000 people watching during that one.
Message received, 1027.
Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you. It's always difficult to pronounce. Yeah, I've never been up to this area. I've been to New York City. I've been to New Jersey. But I've never stepped foot in Connecticut or Rhode Island or Massachusetts here, so not familiar with the area at all.
You guys want to make your way to Narragansett?
Erica Carter, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat. You guys are super generous. Thank you for the support. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this, so really do appreciate it. They're Native American names. Yeah, that's a really popular thing in Oklahoma as well. There's a lot of Native American names. But I feel like they're a little bit easier to pronounce over there in Oklahoma.
My number for the dispatch one band.
Wasn't that in Alabama? I think it was in Alabama or Mississippi one, the Fiddle Farters place.
The services as well.
026, time of dispatch, 1018, unknown.
Here's a broad view of our storm. You can see it's still swirling around there. Central area of low pressure will make it onto shore shortly. We're going to watch it happen here. Watch it live. We'll do it live. By the way, I got to mention again, if you have anything... If you have anything you want to share with me, make sure you tag me in it on Twitter, and I'll share it here on the stream.
For a reported wires down with a tree on the wires on fire.
Second. The old forbidden Facebook here. Trying to find some more live streams.
Other weapons locked up in a safe in the bedroom. Tree down on wires. Tree actively on fire. We'll update on the next full.
In hospital. 10 foot. 1516 took the National Grid on the line for a separate issue now. So
the husband are supposedly 3-6. She is hiding in the second floor bedroom.
On Council Way.
Station 2. Station 2, loud and clear.
While I'm setting some stuff up here,
Station 3, loud and clear. Good morning.
this is a perfect time for you guys to, if you haven't already, share the stream on social media, or hit the like button to make sure that we reach as many people as possible. Because right here, as soon as we start getting storm reports in, we're going to start really getting down to the nitty-gritty on what we're going to expect as far as impacts go near Westerly, Rhode Island. Oh, it's getting pretty intense out there. Pretty intense.
Tanker 3. You're expected. Tanker 3, loud and clear. A1.
Also a great time to turn on Zeppelin. Yeah.
A2. A2, loud and clear. Good morning. Radio with the 2 cents. And A3. A2, loud and clear. KZ443, testing all fire home receivers.
Oh, check this out. This is a cool little tidbit. All right, let's go back to radar scope here. Before we start talking about some more of the impacts of the actual storm, I got to show you guys this. This correlation coefficient here. I think we might be able to see it better there. So you see there's something in the air here in the eye of the storm. You could see it a little bit better here before it got to North Shoreham. You see that little area of something? That isn't, that's actually not rain. I think there's a better way for me to show this to you. Hold on. Yeah, this area of stuff in the eye of the storm here, according to the National Hurricane Center, is birds. It looks like birds are in the center of Tropical Storm Henri. HC says it's biological. Huh. I heard somewhere before that birds typically flock in the center of these kinds of storms to, you know, for protection. That's actually crazy to see. So not only are you going to experience some big time winds there in Charlestown, but you're going to get a big old flock of birds getting flung across you in the eye of the storm here. That's crazy. James Davis, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Tracking birds in the eye of the storm, Tropical Storm Henri here as it moves really close now to southern portions of Rhode Island. We might even have to start talking about possibly mentioning southeastern portions of Connecticut here as a potential landfall area if it keeps on tracking west. I mean, look at that. It just, that last couple frames there is completely busted to the left. Yeah, the birds are getting like a free ride right now. The central area of low pressure is kind of keeping them elevated. No wind. They're just holding their winds out. They're just holding their wings out, floating with the storm out there. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. We got many trees down on in Newport, Rhode Island. Multiple homes are sustaining damage with sustained tropical storm winds, okay? So this is the kind of stuff that we were talking about there in Newport. We are starting to experience those tropical storm force winds in the western half of the exterior wind field there associated with Tropical Storm Henri. This is the kind of stuff that we're talking about, guys. Big trees that have been there for a long time are going to fall, and there are going to be a lot of them that fall because the ground is so saturated. I'm telling you, man, with this amount of rain that we've been getting, you can go outside and go to a tree and it'll fall over. And we're getting some quite a bit stronger wind gusts than that. So we're going to see a lot of trees fall down, a lot of power outages out here. Let's get an update on the power outages, by the way. This is New York and Suffolk County. We're moving up, okay? We got 1,100 people without power there in New York. In the affected area. In Connecticut, we have 1,000 people out in New London County, 495 people out in Windham County. This is something that we've got to keep a close eye on because I think it's going to rapidly increase. Yeah, there we go. In the southern county there in Rhode Island, this is Washington County, we now are approaching 4,500 people without power in southern portions of Washington County. Okay, so this is the county right here that I think is going to see the brunt of it. We're going to see a lot of people without power down here, probably by the end of the day, exceeding 10,000, maybe even 20,000 people, depending on how many trees fall out there. And we also have to look at Massachusetts. Yeah, this county right here, Bristol County, is going to experience likely also a lot of power outages with currently 3,403 people without power there in Bristol County. And that's what we're dealing with right here. If you're just now tuning in, we're watching Tropical Storm Henri. Tropical Storm Henri with maximum sustained winds of 70 miles an hour. Not a wind gust. That is a maximum sustained wind of 70 miles an hour as it is now approaching the coast here. We've got a pretty good view of the storm moving into Montauk there on the eastern portion of Long Island. But look at this. I want you to look at this, okay? The camera's kind of low quality and you can't see a lot, but I want you to understand that this is not what the strongest part of the storm looks like, okay? The winds are blowing much stronger on the eastern side of this storm. The impacts that we're getting ready to see here in southern portions of Rhode Island are going to be even stronger than what you're seeing here on this camera. You got the big waves, we've got the splash over, we've got tropical storm force winds, but we are expecting more in southern portions of Rhode Island as this storm is approaching landfall as we speak. Here's another view of Long Island. It's a little bit calmer there towards the central portion. We're just dealing with some heavy rain. We've also got to look at the downtown Montauk as this storm gets closer. Once again, heavy wind gusts there. We had a camera there in Rhode Island. There's another look at the Newport Bay there. And really strong winds going through Vineyard Haven and the downtown area there on the near Martha's Vineyard. And this is from the North Lighthouse in Block Island in Rhode Island, okay? So we got a lot of cameras. This right here is probably our most interesting one, so I'm going to leave it on this, and actually I'm going to turn it off until the ad goes off. But we'll keep up with that as we go forward. Update on the birds? Yeah, for sure. We got an update on the birds coming up right here in a second. We have possibly hundreds of birds kind of floating around in the central portion of the storm. Technically the eye of the storm, I guess you could call it. Let me show you this. Yeah, birds. This is birds. Birds typically flock to the central portion of a storm during a hurricane or something like that to take refuge. That's what's happening here. So if you live in Westerly or Charlestown, I do believe that you're going to see some of this stuff as we get going, as we work towards landfall here. Within the next little bit, guys, we're getting really close to landfall, I believe, right now. If you can hear on the scanner in the background, we've got a lot of reports now coming in of trees down on power lines and wires in people's driveways and stuff like that. Lots of stuff going on right now. This is the prime time landfalling action. As soon as it makes landfall, we'll get an update on the central pressure and the wind speeds there associated with the storm chasers that are intercepting it. And then we will talk about the impacts that will happen inland. But right now, we are focused on the coast here as we watch this tropical storm, Henri, approach land. We're getting really close now.
Victoria Road is going to be closed from Route 1.
Really close. I hope the eye doesn't come over my house. I just washed my car. What if that was the most impact you got out of this storm? Like, yeah, we got hit by a tropical storm. The bird poop was insane, man. People think he was crazy, but that, I mean, I guess that is an actual threat here today with Tropical Storm Henri. I'm going back to Twitter. I'm sure we're going to start seeing a flood of information come in as some of these big time winds are going through the Rhode Island area.
We just advised DOC one of the electric signboards struck and is down in this core area.
10-4.
We're going to be working off Ashway Fire today.
Yeah, this looks to me like an eye wall. That's where I would estimate the central low pressure area to be, right there.
We're going to be working off Ashway Fire today. For fire alarm activation.
We need another unit or two to shut down Oakwood prior to the disruption of this location.
Thank you guys for sending me all the links to webcams and stuff.
Fire alarm activation, Station 4 and Station 9.
Oh, that's a good one.
1729
Good one.
South Road.
So this one,
For fire alarm activation.
this one's in western Rhode Island. So we're going to keep a close eye on this one as the storm gets closer. Remember, they're on the downflanking side of this tropical storm where the winds aren't really strong right now, but they will get stronger here in a little bit. I believe that camera's probably from this area. But we'll keep that up. Thank you so much to whoever sent me that.
201-201. In the area.
And thank you, Meatloafa, for sending me all these. Oh, man, we got surfers. Don't do this. How many people die every year because of stuff like this? This is on Long Beach, New York. Obviously, the surf isn't as bad there as what it's going to be in Rhode Island and stuff, but we did have surfers out there earlier today.
Fairfield Ave, lot 109. Reports of a telephone pole down with live wires.
We got telephone poles down with live wires.
Unit 109. Reports of a telephone pole
That's another
down
thing to think
with
about
live
too. A lot
wires.
of times you don't anticipate the telephone poles coming down because they're so well secured. But even with the type of saturated ground that we have, even those can come down with wind. Okay, so let's get some updates here on the actual storm before we start zooming in on where landfall is going to happen. Reconnaissance has found that Hurricane or Tropical Storm Henri's center is near Block Island. Okay, the pressure is steady at 987 millibars, but they haven't yet found winds above 60 miles per hour. Okay, so that's a good news. That's good news. That looks like there might only be wind gusts above 60 miles an hour as this makes landfall instead of having sustained winds around that speed. Water's coming over the wall in Watch Hill at the Yacht Club. Check this out. This is some of the storm surge that we're seeing in Watch Hill. Sam Reed. And it's just begun. This is just begun. It's going to get worse as we go forward. Oh, Westerly. I see. When somebody told me that they sent me that live cam from Westerly, Rhode Island, in my head I was thinking that it was like, oh, it's in Westerly, it's somewhere in Western Rhode Island. But it's actually the town of Westerly. Okay, so I see that now. I see that. So technically, the storm did make landfall in New Shoreham earlier, but I'm not counting that. Okay, what I'm counting as landfall is when this storm actually moves onto the mainland here, somewhere between Watch Hill and Charleston.
What's your location?
Sounds like Narragansett. Narragansett. All right, let's go back to the all view here. We're looking at this thing from every possible angle right now. If you're just now tuning in, we are anticipating Hurricane Henri, however you want to pronounce it. We're anticipating landfall here within the next little bit. We just got a recorded wind gust from the Narragansett, Rhode Island, of 75.8 miles an hour. Look at this. That's concerning if true. That's concerning if true. That's above hurricane force. 75.8 miles an hour wind gusts will just absolutely eat up trees. Trees have no chance. Trees have no chance if we're actually getting those kinds of wind gusts there in that portion of the storm. And remember, the northeastern side of the storm is where we're experiencing the most significant impacts. And I want to show you guys this again, just to give you context here as to what we're looking at. If that's a real reading there, which it probably is, this is in Point Judith. This is where it's coming from, okay? So here's a wide view of the storm. You can see it's rapidly rotating. We've got somewhat of an eye wall here, and I've been saying all day that the strongest winds are going to be occurring on this side, on the northeastern side of the storm, and this is Point Judith. All right, that's Point Judith. You can see how far away that is from the actual center of the storm down there. In fact, this whole thing is probably the center. And technically, we're probably going to experience the landfall here within the next couple of minutes. Whenever this portion of the storm goes across the border there, that's probably technically landfall. But the actual central area of the lowest pressure probably will still be a little bit away before it actually crosses onto land. So possibly 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts coming in to Point Judith. Now, that means that these are going to be moving inland, okay? And it's going to continue to weaken. But I would expect a very significant wind gust to affect areas inland near Perryville, okay, across Highway 1 that goes parallel with the Atlantic Ocean there, from Perryville all the way up to Tuckertown, and then South Kingstown, and then possibly even as far inland as Wood River Junction, the Richmond Country Golf Club. You guys got to watch out because that area of the storm is going to move over you really soon. Also, Charlestown and we'll see here, Narragansett. Hope I'm saying that right. I know people have probably corrected me a million times. I just can't look at it right now. Newport, okay? A lot of times this area, you can see these little areas of convection that act like outflow boundaries from strong areas of wind within the storm. This area of wind is getting ready to go through the Newport area, so lots of trees are getting ready to come down and move through that area. So Jamestown as well. Be ready for the intense nature of this storm, as it looks like it is making one final push to intensify right before it makes landfall here. You can see some of that deeper convection, some of the brighter reds starting to pop up here. That's a sign that some of this moisture is getting drawn up from the Atlantic Ocean, lofted up into the atmosphere, and it's trying to reconvene around the center of the circulation there. That tells me that we are trying to see some intensification here right before it makes landfall. I would not expect this to intensify too much because we're literally minutes away at this point from landfall, but we are definitely looking at what could be a pretty significant storm moving into the Rhode Island and southeastern Connecticut areas. Also, it's very important to remember that just because, let me go back to the radar here, just because we're not seeing any colors here on this side of the storm doesn't mean that we're not going to see any impacts. Some of the strongest winds with this storm are going to occur in this dry slot over here. All right, so if you live over here in Rhode Island, in Exeter, in North Kingstown, West Warwick, all these places, all the way up to Providence even, and south and west of there, in this area right here, if you live there, some of the strongest winds are going to be coming towards you very soon. They're already experiencing it on the coast from Point Judith all the way up to Newport, and you guys are going to be experiencing it as it comes ashore, okay? So lots of wind associated with these storms as well, and that's just going to add fuel to the fire to bring down those trees and cause power outages and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm losing a lot of my live feeds here.
I'll have a look at it. I'm just waiting for Bill to come down with the load up. And,
losing them.
Be advised, there's a tree down, Walnut and Cedar Street, blocking the road.
We've got 1,000 people watching now, and we are once again just moments away from landfall here. And I would like to one last time mention, guys, that it's very important that you share this on social media. If you haven't already, share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and places like that, so that we can get as many people as possible in here. So we can get all this information out to them, okay? Hello from Point Judith, Rhode Island. Hello, Derek. In Point Judith, how are things going down there? Give us an update. Things are getting rough and rowdy out there in Rhode Island for sure. Incredibly angry seas. This is from Colton Flint. Guys, remember, once again, if you're on Twitter right now, make sure you follow me and retweet this stuff and like it, and go follow these people who are out there chasing these storms. Big time waves coming in right now. This is Brian Emfinger. I think I'm saying that right. The strongest of the tropical storm just missed me. So he's on the eastern half of Long Island there. But you can see there's still very strong winds associated with the storm there. But the strongest portion of the storm is going to be actually quite a bit more intense than this. Oh. Am I still live? All my screens just went black there for a second. Is everything all right? I think it is.
74 fire alarm at 73.
Oh, what happened?
Road off of Pikehurst Drive. First floor storage vault. Fire notified.
Negative, sir. We were able to open up a lane, and the bridge authority is with it, waiting for a front loader to come to remove it.
Okay, so what I got to do right now, guys, is I got to take a very quick break. All right, I've been sitting here for 3 hours now, and I need to go get some water and take a quick bathroom break before we continue to talk about landfall here with Tropical Storm Henri. If you're just now tuning in, stay with us. Stay with us, all right? We'll be right back. And
32 Page Street, elevator.
Continue to share this everywhere.
Right side elevator. One person to be assigned to channel 5, 1052.
ERC to 50.
Yeah, it's right.
This will be a primary. It'll be a whole number 6.
Hold number 6.
954.
Affirmative. Can you start making checks of the shorelines? I'm already on my way.
And it's off the top of the tree, so it gets off the wire, so it's not bouncing. Roger. I'm just going by boiler plant. Yeah, you better access it from your side. Don't try coming from where we are. Roger.
y'all hear me? Thanks for bearing with me. Took a quick 3-minute break there because I don't want to miss anything, and also I won't be here all day. Shortly after this thing comes on the shore and we get the most of the information out, I will be having to stop. So, if you're just now tuning in, we had 1,000 people before I left, but I had to go use the bathroom. But if you're just now tuning in, I know a lot of you guys are just now showing up. Maybe one of your friends or somebody sent you the link to this live stream. But what we're doing right now is we are watching the impacts of Hurricane or Tropical Storm Henri as it makes landfall here in Rhode Island and southeastern portions of Connecticut, okay? And all the noise you hear in the background is emergency management feeds that we're listening to, and we're keeping up with all the reports that are coming in. And by the way, there's a lot of reports out there right now of tremendous amounts of trees coming down, power lines coming down, lots of flooding going on right now in the portions of Rhode Island and Connecticut. So we are going to continue to watch this as it happens. We're going to update all of the different parameters on the storm, and we're going to continue to look at the forecast of what's going to happen after this storm makes landfall and moves inland, okay? So we're going to keep focusing on the shore here for the next little bit, and then we're going to do the forecast again, and then that'll probably be it for me. But I will be here for the next little bit, so make sure you're sharing this on Facebook. Make sure you're sharing it on Twitter. Make sure you're sharing it everywhere. Speaking of Twitter, the easiest way to share it's going to be to go to my Twitter right now, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Follow me while you're over there and retweet this tweet. It's pinned to the top of the page. Just hit that retweet button, and it'll get it out to all the people that follow you, okay? So that's what we're talking about right now, Hurricane or Tropical Storm Henri. I can't stop calling it hurricane. It was a hurricane not too long ago. Now it's not. So let's go to the radar view and let's get a close-up view of what's going on here. I would say that technically this thing has made landfall. I don't know, actually. The center of circulation's down here. Let me see what the latest update. Tropical Storm Henri is passing close to Block Island as the storm heads for southern New England. Dangerous storm surge, strong gusty winds, and flooding rainfall are expected. So the Hurricane Center still hasn't given an official update as to whether or not the actual central area of low pressure has made landfall or yet not. But just based off of radar here, I would say that it's still the deepest area of low pressure is still off the coast. But some of the really strong winds are moving into this portion of Rhode Island right now, from Charleston to Richmond, all the way up to Bridgeton and North Kingston. All these areas are getting ready to or are currently experiencing tropical storm winds, sustained winds around 40 to 50 miles an hour with gusts apparently up to 75 miles an hour, according to one report that we got from somebody that's down there in that area. So we're going to keep looking at this. And once again, I do want to mention, let's switch over to Radar Omega here. I've mentioned this a couple of times, but I know we've got people filtering in and out. If you're looking at the radar here and you think that, oh, well, the worst part of the storm must be over here because that's where all the colors are, you are wrong, okay? It is the worst part of the storm as far as rainfall goes, and we'll talk more about that here in a second. But as far as these winds go that are knocking down all these trees out here and causing the power outages and stuff, it's within this dry slot that's actually where most of the heavy winds are, okay? So you can kind of see that expanding off to the north and west here. If you live in Wyoming there in Rhode Island, Richmond, Hopkinton, Rockville, Exeter, North Kingstown, all these places, as this band gets closer to you, you can expect some of those stronger wind gusts to occur in your area. Once again, right on the coast there in Point Judith, we got a reading of 75 miles an hour, which is absolutely incredible for this area. This area cannot handle that kind of wind.
Thank you, engine 2, 1059.
Engine 105, what's the lake out for?
Report of wire sparking was called in by Fall River.
So things are calming down. Well, here's downtown Montauk. Pretty good amount of wind and stuff going on there.
Can you give me a landline?
And we just don't have a good camera in Rhode Island. Just don't have it. Fortunately. How many tornadoes are likely with this tropical storm? Very few. This is going to be one of the few tornadoes or tropical storms that doesn't go on to cause a tornado outbreak, I think. There's a slight chance tomorrow for some, but for the most part, we're not looking at a lot of tornadoes. So the tropical update that we are just now getting ready to read out, it reads like this. Tropical Storm Henri is close to landfall this morning, and the GOES 16 satellite is tracking it closely. Inland flooding and dangerous storm surge are likely across parts of the northeast today. All right, so that's we also, I don't know if we've got an update yet from we have a brand new update from the National Hurricane Center. So let's go ahead and look at that. This came out 2 minutes ago. So this is hot off the press. Once again, the 11 a.m. EDT advisory here on Tropical Storm Henri. We are now looking at a storm with sustained winds of 60 miles an hour, okay? And I've explained this a lot earlier today. But what you got to understand about sustained winds is it's not 60 miles an hour like... Have you ever watched a thunderstorm go by and you see the trees do this and then they'll go back and then they'll do this and they'll go back? That's gusts. Okay, the wind will gust to 30 miles an hour and then it'll go back, and it'll gust to 30 miles an hour and go back. Sustained winds of 60 miles an hour are try to go back, but they don't. So, you know, I want to make sure that people understand that the severity of the situation is, not that we're going to have 100-mile-an-hour winds and there's going to be 80-foot storm surge or anything like that. The main thing that we're worried about here is just the saturated ground and these trees up here in Connecticut and Rhode Island and Massachusetts that aren't made for 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds just falling over and causing widespread power outages and stuff like that. So right here's the storm. It still hasn't made landfall. According to the Hurricane Center, it probably will literally here within moments. And then we're expecting it to be up here in western portions of Massachusetts, 8 a.m. on Monday, 8 p.m. on Monday. It'll be over here in New Hampshire, okay? So it's doing a little switch move over here to go off to the east before it goes up into Canada. I know we got it seems like a lot of people are watching from Canada right now. I appreciate you all for being here, but I don't think this is going to affect you much at all. Now, let's talk about the future, and let's do the forecast. Let's do the forecast here and talk about how this is going to affect the inland areas. And then we will go back and watch this thing make landfall on radar, okay? So this is what we're looking at, okay? We're looking at the 12Z NAM. Landfall is occurring, according to the 12Z NAM, between 12 p.m. and 2 p.m. I think it's going to be earlier than that. And then the main thing is going to be this rain. This big old wall of rain over here on the western side is absolutely going to inundate portions of Connecticut, Massachusetts, southern New York, eastern Pennsylvania, and North Jersey. Okay, this area right here is going to get absolutely clod stomped with rain. Multiple gully washers. It's literally, I'm trying to be funny. I'm trying to be entertaining, but this is a serious situation. Here in the tri-state area between Pennsylvania, New York, and New Jersey, this is other than the coastal areas of Rhode Island and Massachusetts and Connecticut down here, this is the number one area that will feel the impacts from this storm. Significant flooding of the likes you haven't seen in a long time is going to take place in this area. So make sure you are prepared for that. And then, you can see this storm kind of do like a little spin move, and then it starts moving off to the east. And it's during this period, tomorrow evening, that on the southeastern quadrant of the rotation, we might have a little bit of a severe weather problem with isolated tornadoes, okay? So you can see kind of like this line of storms that forms in Connecticut around 7 p.m. and then moves east. Some of those storms could be embedded supercells that are interacting with that 850 millibar lower level jet stream that is kind of cranking around the center of circulation here and might put down a couple tornadoes in Long Island, Connecticut, and then even into Rhode Island. But then as we get into 3 a.m., things start dying off and everything just goes out to sea. So that's what the future of this storm looks like as we go forward. Once again, I think flooding is going to be a big issue, especially in western Connecticut and western Massachusetts. And then, of course, in this area over here that I was talking about earlier. And that's what the future of the storm's going to look like. Any questions? Let me know. Christopher Curtis has got a question with his $5 very generous super chat. Thank you so much for that. He says, my sister-in-law is having an engagement party in Providence, Rhode Island. It should be memorable. Okay, not so much of a question, but like, yeah, it should be memorable. They're getting ready to get some of the very strong winds that are going to be coming through. The good thing about Providence, Rhode Island, though, is it's way up here. So those 60, 70 mile an hour winds won't make it up there. They might see a gust of 40 or 50 miles an hour, and they might lose power, and there's a lot of bad things that can happen with that. But the bulk of the storm, the strongest part of the storm, is off to their south.
K2, I'll be out in that location.
This would be an awesome snowstorm in January. Yes, this would be an insane snowstorm in January, actually.
One's off at Plainfield.
Is that Kate Collins, 1235 Middle Country Road in Middle?
This is to be a Fall River address, pole 3646. We have a tree limb for the primary down here. On and off blocking. Homeowner safe.
Eric, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Seriously, really appreciate it. I'm looking for some more stuff to share on Twitter here. We're getting a lot of storm reports coming in. Guys, if you can hear the scanner feeds in the background, we have like countless trees down now in Rhode Island. Countless trees down. Power outages are going up through the roof. We have structural damage to businesses in Rhode Island as well. Dizzy D, thank you so much for the super chat, guys. You can also control my lights. I don't know if you notice or not, but anytime somebody sends a super chat, it makes the lights blink. And that was all Dizzy D's fault right there. Thank you so much for that. She says, what's the forecast looking like for New Bedford, Massachusetts? New Bedford, Massachusetts is probably seeing the worst of what they're going to see right now, or they just saw it 30 minutes ago. Okay, so a lot of those really strong winds are still to your south, but I think as they move to the north, they're going to probably deteriorate a little bit. So I would say probably for the next 3 or 4 hours, look out for those isolated wind gusts in excess of 50 miles an hour. You're not going to get a lot of rain, though, so we're not going to have as big of a problem over there with the trees coming down like we're having off to the west. But yeah, you were in the path of getting affected by this storm significantly earlier today, but this thing really did a spin move at the last minute and shifted off to the west. So some of those stronger wind gusts aren't affecting you, thankfully.
Outside right now.
11, you get 38, false 1.
Trees breaking everywhere.
Trees breaking everywhere. You hearing that? Oh, let me show you this. Show you the structural damage. Once again, we've got very brave, awesome people out there sending pictures and videos via Twitter. Just storm chasers, guys. Make sure you go follow these people. Aaron Rigsby, he's showing us the structural damage to Water's Edge Flowers business in Rhode Island there. So let me get a better view of that. Yeah, it looks like maybe some of the signage on the side of the building there is falling off. And, that looks to me like that could have happened probably with a 50 or 60 mile an hour wind gust. So that's kind of exactly what we're expecting down there.
Originally 80 on room air, now 89 on NRV. BP of 105 over 43.
Kind of exactly what we're expecting.
No, thank you very much for the invitation and the vestibule. Please alert us when you get here.
Henri is due east of us. Okay, cool. So we've got an official pressure reading from Tropical Storm Henri. This is the pressure is 997 millibars on the western side, so that's going to be near Montauk and the eastern side of Long Island, I believe.
The roadway, be halfway down Neck Road. Thank you. Do you mind checking that out for me?
Last unit, go with your message.
Thank you.
Are the scanner feeds too loud? Sound good.
Yes, your identifier, I couldn't hear you between the West End units talking to each other.
Stanton 18 is on.
Okay, thank you.
We're listening to emergency management services in several counties in Connecticut and Massachusetts and Rhode Island. And we're listening to the reports come in as we're hearing about multiple trees coming down, powers going out all over the place. That can get overwhelming though, so let me know if I need to turn it down. James Curtis with the $5 super chat. He said he wanted to flash the lights. Well, there you go, man. Oh, there you have it. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate all the support, guys. It is more appreciated than you know. Yeah, everybody say thank you, James. Anytime somebody sends a super chat, everybody say thank you. We appreciate them.
For seal alarm activation.
We'll use this one to caution anytime fitness on team temper.
Right, all right.
Received the key holders on the scene 1112.
You're back in, correct?
Also, a new feature here on the new live stream setup is on the radar view. If I go over to radar view, if you look above my head, we have a constant list of warnings that are currently ongoing. So you can see there, New London County in Connecticut is under a flash flood warning. And you can constantly see that, and it's updated in real time as everything progresses. So that's interesting. You get to see when it expires and stuff. That'll be a really useful feature whenever we track tornado outbreaks and stuff in the future.
Everyone's going to handle that neck road call. I have engines 2 and 7.
It did not make landfall as a hurricane, no. It will make landfall as a tropical storm with a maximum sustained wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Just an incredible amount of reports coming through of trees and roadways. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier, guys. We knew it was coming. The ground's getting super saturated, and we're getting these 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts on top of that, and it's toppling trees over like you wouldn't believe. And then we're also going to start experiencing those power outages to a greater degree here very soon as well. And we are starting to get in kind of a pretty sticky situation already. Look at here. Here's the latest update on power outages in Rhode Island. Washington County in Rhode Island now has almost 20,000 people without power. Newport County has almost 10,000 people without power. And this is exactly what I was afraid of, guys. Literally just 30 minutes ago when we checked, there was only like 4,000 people without power. So now as these strong winds are coming ashore, we are seeing multiple people lose their power. The storm's still ongoing. It's going to be ongoing for the next 3 or 4 hours, so it's not like people can go out there and work on it. So this is what I was talking about yesterday. This is what I was talking about the day before yesterday. I hope you guys got prepared, and I hope that at least some of these people that are without power here still have some ability to watch the stream. This is another good reason to share this stream on social media, because if somebody's got their phone with a power bank and that maybe they've got a charged phone, they can still access data through their cell phone towers, and they can watch this live stream with all the latest updates via that way. Okay. We had a lot of people during tornado season that were, they had the power was out and they were watching us on their phone from their safe spot in their basement or in their closet and stuff like that. So very useful medium for weather information. YouTube is. Connecticut also, we're seeing about 3,300 people without power in New London County. Massachusetts, about 2,000 people there in Bristol County. So definitely Rhode Island's taking the biggest hit right now with those 18,000 people without power there. in that county. Looks like there's a lot of people without power in Lawrence County in Pennsylvania as well. Don't know what's causing that. Just a general outage, I guess. About 14,000 people without power over there.
Engine 3, 2888 Rod Way. Ports of wires down, tree limb down, smoking. Again, engine 3.
Now we've got fires with our down trees.
Ports of wires down, smoking. 10, 11, 15.
You're responding to number 10 Howard Street. This will be for a wire smoking against the house. Structure fire response. That's the Ashway Fire Department, Hope Valley Fire Department.
Assign that South Court.
Thank you, Mr. Miner.
11:15.
For the $5 super chat, he says, for us in western Massachusetts, the most concern is low-laying flooding and the Connecticut River rising. Yes, yeah, that's going to be your biggest problems. A lot of these really strong winds are going to be dissipating before they get to you. And you can see, here's another really good view here of where the strongest winds are happening. This right here is the velocity. So this shows how fast the water droplets and stuff in the air are moving towards or away from the radar. And we've got, 60 to 70 mile an hour forward velocity here in portions of Connecticut and Rhode Island. Now, it's important to understand that not all of this is mixing down to the ground. A lot of this wind is happening in the upper layers of the atmosphere, or at least close to where the clouds are. But some of that will get pushed down towards the ground and cause very significant wind gusts there in Norwich, Griswold, Glasgow, all these places. Get ready, because this is the kind of stuff that we've been worried about all day. Some of these really strong wind gusts moving in. Also, within the next hour or so, East Haddam, Colchester, Lebanon, Windham, all the way up to Brooklyn, and getting close to Manchester there, and Hartford in Connecticut. This is coming right directly towards you, okay? It's coming right towards you. So make sure you are prepared. And I think we have... Trying to get the best radar vantage point. You guys think is better? The Massachusetts radar or the New York one? Ah, man. I think this one's better for now. I know you guys are making fun of me for my mispronunciation of the names here. It's just part of the show. It's just part of the show. Doing a real quick refresh here. Oh my goodness, that was fast. We are already up to 25,000 people without power now in Washington County in southern Rhode Island. There's only like 72,000 people in that county, apparently. So it's we're getting close to probably seeing a majority of the people there that don't have power. Give me a second. Once again, I'm just doing a brief look. Yes, by the way, I just saw a question in the chat concerning Connecticut. Flooding is going to be the biggest concern in western Connecticut. If you are west of Hartford, especially, flooding is going to be the biggest concern. And also, the flooding is going to be the biggest concern if you're north of, let's see here. If you're north of Middletown, if you're north of Colchester, if you're north of Griswold, okay, flooding's going to be the main concern. A lot of these really strong winds are not going to mix down to the surface that far north and west. You're going to see some strong gusts, but it's not going to be insane or anything like that.
Okay, I
was asking Green Lawn for the information.
28317, 28317.
Back on Green Lawn 2725, 481 Pulaski Road for wires burning.
We ought to do a pronouncing town names game in the Discord. Hey, if I keep this up, You see, like here, if I was just a meteorologist in my hometown and I did the weather here for Eastern Kentucky, man, I can pronounce everything. And if I was a meteorologist for years in this area, I would be able to pronounce all of them. But me, I'm a meteorologist for a completely different area in the United States each week. So like I don't have time to get familiar with the geography and the names of these towns and stuff. But I'm telling you, if I do this long enough, if I do this YouTube channel long enough, in 5 years or something, I'm going to be like a literal geography whiz. I will be able to travel across the country without GPS or maps or anything. I'll just be able to smell where I need to go because I'll be so familiar with these landmarks and stuff. I already feel that way about southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, and I've never been there. I've never been to those places, but I know where everything is. I even know where the local popular restaurant Fiddle Farters is. And yes, that is a real restaurant. Google it. It was almost hit by a tornado in March. We live streamed it here. Yeah, if you're asking me, that's the center of circulation. Oh, let me go to the radar for you. If you're asking me, that is, once this makes it onto land, that's what I'm calling landfall. Whoop. That happens, that's what I'm calling landfall. And like we said earlier, it looks like it's going to happen around Westerly. Ooh, man, where's that Westerly live cam? Somebody sent me a live cam from Westerly. I think that I had to let go of it. Got it. I found it. So I'm not sure. So Westernly is a little bit inland here. We're not going to see any of the crazy waves and stuff like we were seeing in Mantoc, but we do have a view of it here. So the winds are gonna get really intense here within the next little bit. Thanks to whoever sent me that. If you guys can find any live cams that are of decent quality, that are pointing south on the shore here, anywhere between Watch Hill to Charleston, even all the way up into North Kingston and Point Judith there, something that I haven't already used, please send it to me. Please send it to me. I would love to display that here on the stream. That's a vital part of the stream. And I thought I had it all figured out. And set up and ready to go. But it ended up making landfall in a slightly different area than what we thought it would. And this is all screwed up.
Structure fire. Ashway ambulance 10 Howard Street, stand by for a structure fire.
Well. About time to close out of some.
On that address on Maple, it's actually at 89 Maple. Leave that up to him. Just let him know where he's on Richard. He'll make that decision.
And you know, look at that transformer fire on Ocean Spray. What's your pleasure?
Red John 2745, activate.
People are in boats up there, yeah. Watch Salisbury Beach live cam. Yeah, bear with me for a second, guys, while I try to find some more vantage points here. We are moments away from landfall, if it hasn't happened already.
Towers been secured. Norman Hopkins, take care of the lockdown wires in service.
Live cam.
Engine 2 reporting National Grid is on scene, and that power has been secured. You're in service at 11:24.
I'm not finding much of anything. We do have a live camera at a goat farm. I gotta check this out. Hold on, I found something kind of interesting. Okay, this is a little bit inland, I believe. But we'll throw it up. This is, so we have a live feed now coming from a goat farm. in Connecticut. So I don't know how close to the coast they are, but we'll see how the goats handle Tropical Storm Henri there. But let's go back to this view here. This is in Montauk in Long Island. They're experiencing some strong winds and stuff now. Let's go back to the radar view, and let's really start tracking this thing. Once again, in my mind, landfall hasn't happened until this area of the storm has made it onto land. It does look like it is weakening a lot, okay? And the central portion of circulation could be further north than that, and it could have already technically made landfall. But we're not going to say it has until it's moved a little bit further north than what it is right now. And when I say that, like, I'm literally talking about we're several moments away from this happening. Let's see these goats. We're going to check back in on the goats periodically there in Connecticut. We do have a flash flood warning now for portions of Connecticut from New London to Montville. So keep that in mind. Ryan, it looks like this tropical storm is going to be double trouble for me in Scranton, Pennsylvania. There's definitely going to be trouble in Scranton, Pennsylvania. I would definitely watch out for flooding. Flooding is going to be the main threat there. That Bernie bro, thank you so much for the super chat. Everybody say thank you to Bernie. You'd be surprised how many goats there are here. Oh yeah. Why are there so many goats? Is it similar to like in the Midwest we have all the dairy farms and the cows? So you just do goats on that side. I get it. I rock with it. Another thing that we're watching here as we watch this storm prepare to make landfall there is this band of rain. I've been talking about this for a while. Yes, that's not good. That's not good. From New York all the way up to Scranton, pretty much, we're experiencing heavy rain, and it's just not moving. It's literally sitting there. I've never seen this. Look at this. Look at that heavy band of rain that's just literally sitting in one spot there, and it's not going to move until this storm moves significantly, and it's not going to move. So unprecedented flooding is about to happen over there. And we're also going to see some very intense flooding, too, in Connecticut here very shortly.
We did locate a section of trees that is on the high tension line.
And if you hear the scanners in the background, it's almost too much to keep up with at this point. The amount of storm reports that we're getting, where we talk about trees being down and stuff like that. There's just too much of it going on. We do have some more reports coming in. We had a wind gust of 69 miles an hour reported out of Block Island. 55 miles an hour there in Washington County in Rhode Island. 70 miles an hour winds reported there in Point Judith, Rhode Island. 65 miles an hour all the way up in Newport. Okay, so that's another one of those things. That the wind field here is actually a little bit bigger than what we thought it was going to be. We have a few reports of trees and wires down across the road there in Newport in Rhode Island. And then all the way up here in northern portions of Rhode Island, we have a tree down on South Street at Breakneck Hill Road. So we're seeing the widespread effects now of these storms, of this storm as it moves to the north. Another report we've got now, Atlantic Avenue is impassable up to First Street due to flooding from a combination of storm surge and heavy rainfall. So the storm surge is getting really high over there in that region. And we got a flood report. Tree limbs are down and blocking the roadway. These limbs are 4 to 6 inches in diameter. No damage to structure or power lines yet in Waterford, Connecticut. Good to know. That's good to know. Let's check in on our goats. Guys, I'm not 100% sure once again where this is. This is an awesome channel, man. They just 24/7 live stream their goats. They have a goat. I don't see any goats right now. I'm assuming they're taking shelter from the storm. But this is somewhere in Connecticut. And, you know, obviously Connecticut's getting ready to get hit by the brunt of the storm, so we'll keep an eye on our goats here as we go forward. But we also have a webcam here in the southern portion of Rhode Island there. And we have this one right here in Montauk, New York, which it looks like some of the winds are really starting to ramp up there, too. I thought for sure we'd have landfall by now.
Okay, what was the address on Southwood?
It's something 3711, sir. You just advised the address.
22, that's 116, 116 Southwood Drive. 24, 10-4, 2.
Thank you so much for the kind words in the chat, guys. I see all of you guys who are saying you're thankful for what I'm doing, and I'm doing a good job. I can't respond to all of you, but thank you. Your kind words really are appreciated.
How are you making out our calls? Do we still have stacked calls?
SJB says he swears a tornado just came through Warwick. Well, let's look at that. Where's Warwick again? We were just looking at Warwick. Where is that? I know where it is.
I'll be on the air.
Yeah, south of Providence. From what I'm seeing, a tornado did not just go through, but more than likely what you experienced was once again the very strong winds that are coming through with this storm. Now, I'm showing you guys this reflectivity data here in southern portions of Connecticut and Rhode Island as the storm is about to make landfall, if it hasn't already. And I told you that this right here, this area on the the velocity portion of the storm here, this is showing us the wind speeds. Okay, a little bit above the surface, we're experiencing some wind speeds in the 70-mile-an-hour range. Not all of that is mixing down to the ground, but some of it is. And the reason we don't see these bright colors and it looks like there's no wind over here south of Providence is because there's no rain. The way the radar works is it sends out beams of, radio waves or microwaves, whatever, and it hits raindrops. And when it reflects back, it reads that data and then, makes these images. And basically, however fast that raindrop is moving is where we get these wind speeds from. Now, if there's no raindrops in the air, it can't get that data. So we really don't have any idea of how fast the winds are blowing here, at least from the radar's perspective, because we don't have any rain to bounce off of to get that information. However, we do have official storm reports from all around this area, all around the bay here, from Fall River down to Portsmouth, Newport, all the way up to Warwick, where we have seen 55 to 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that will seem like a tornado when it comes through your house. There's no difference between that and a weak tornado. So do not underestimate that as these very strong winds come through. And these will be moving west and north over the next little bit as they go towards Richmond and Pikeville and all these places in Connecticut. It's time to be vigilant if you live out here. And make sure you have a safety plan in place just in case things get a little out of hand. Tree falls on your house. You get a really bad wind gust that sends some flying debris through a window or something. Just make sure you've got everything you need to be prepared. And also, of course, we've got to be prepared for the very unfortunate reality now that most people in southern Rhode Island are going to lose power today. Most people. We're already at 30,000 people without power there in Washington County. So unfortunately, I don't think that most of our viewers are from there. But we do have a lot of people watching from the general vicinity. So let's make sure that we keep them updated, guys. If they have their phone with them, if somebody's without power down here, they still have the ability to watch with their phone. So let's still continue to share this on social media so we can get this out to as many people as possible. Losing radar scope, it keeps exiting. right here is where we're going to see landfall. We are so close from that, too. We had what looked like a little bit more of a circular edge to the eye wall there, which would have made it easier to depict the exact moment that the central area of low pressure came onto land. But now we're just going to have to play a guessing game. It's somewhere down here, and it's moving this way. The exact landfall of the storm will happen right around Watch Hill, or those places I can't pronounce, Weekapaug, Quakanakachog, all these places down here. You know what I'm talking about, south of Highway 1 there between Charleston and New London. On the coast here, that's where we're going to see the actual lowest area of pressure come onto land. We're probably around 980 to 990 millibars of pressure there. And remember, we saw earlier, if we go back to radar scope, I don't know if we can still see it or not, but yeah, you kind of can. This area on the correlation coefficient is likely biological. These are birds floating in the center of the storm to try to take shelter from the more intense winds happening on the exterior sides of that. So, you know, if you live over there, not only are you going to have to deal with the heavy rain and the high winds, but during the break period, when the winds calm down, you're going to have a big old flock of birds go over you and just mess, get your car dirty or whatever. I don't know.
Engine 8, message received. Headquarters in Austin.
Somebody sent a super chat. Why can't I see it? Oh, there it is. Coco, thank you so much for this super generous $5 super chat. Everybody say thank you to them. I'm in Richmond and still have power. Okay, well, that's good. Where's Richmond?
We've been notified. We'll be calling an ETA.
Richmond still have power. Oh, okay. You're here. So you're a little bit inland. That's good. A lot of people in that county are losing power. Let's see here. Ooh, we are at 42,000 now. 42,000 people in Washington County without power. Coco, thank you for the update. To keep us updated with what's going on there, because I'd say if you still have power right now, you will lose it pretty soon. Also, since we have a lot of people watching from this area, okay, if you live in the affected area where we're experiencing landfall or where we are experiencing some of these really strong winds, please, if you can do so safely, point your phone camera out the window or something and just send me a video on Twitter of the current conditions in your area, and I will share it here on the air. Flooding has closed all lanes of Interstate 36 in New Jersey. Wow. Wow. Trying to look at this velocity data here and see. Yeah, that's the central area. We are just a couple miles away now from landfall here, right next to Winnebago, I think that's how you say it, in Watch Hill. And we got a bunch of storm chasers out there. We've got Kyle Bower, Ben McMillan, George Sargent, Karen Rome, see here, James, Brett Adair. Brett Adair's out there getting ready to try to sample some of these stronger winds as they come through. And, buddy, they are going to be strong right there where this storm is making landfall. Give me just a second, guys. I'm going to look through Twitter here and see if there's any more updates on the different kinds of damage and stuff that's going on.
Could you do so? It's a primary wire that's going to come through.
If you want to get an early view at all this stuff that I'm looking at, make sure you follow me on Twitter. At Ryan Hall, y'all. I'm posting all of this stuff right now. Big time winds moving through the Connecticut area right now as well. The scanner traffic is becoming a little bit overwhelming now. I know. Keep me updated. If you need me to turn it down, I will, but I'm trying to listen. I'm trying to listen to see if I can hear anything about specific areas that are being impacted by the really strong winds. So we also got Charles Peak out there storm chasing today.
We're going to attempt to, we're on Mattoon Schoolhouse now. Stone's blocked completely as well. What's the call, Janet?
This is from Charles Peak. If you want to see this up close, it's on my Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Go retweet it for yourself. Power lines are whipping around Point Judith in Rhode Island. Multiple power outages, trees and power lines are down widespread in the area. So yeah, this is once again, this was recently taken, and I can't point this out enough, but as you can see on the radar, or as you saw just a minute ago, there is no activity on radar here. So even though there's no activity, there's still going to be a ton of wind and stuff associated with these storms from Point Judith all the way up to New Bedford, and that's just the way these storms kind of work. Big time winds there though. And you can see why we're experiencing power outages. And this isn't even the strong stuff. That looks like 40 to 50 mile an hour sustained winds. Maybe a little bit less than that. We're seeing at least 10 miles an hour higher than that in some places. So big waves. Got big waves picking up in Montauk. Mace says we got horrible crashing sounds on the shore in Connecticut. Looked out 3 leaves on the lawn. Oh. Oh man.
Which road do you want to check on?
What's up, Storm Chaser? Trying to look at the chat here. I know we've got a lot of people watching kind of on the edge of their seat here in Rhode Island, the people who still have power anyways. I'm trying to do my best to show you everything that's going on. We are very close to a landfall here. If that's not a landfall, it's pretty close. I think we might actually have landfall. If not right now, then within the next couple seconds. In this area right here, that's definitely a well-defined circulation there. But the lowest area of pressure is probably a little bit further down here, so we'll keep watching it. You getting seasick watching those ships? Let's see here. Thanks to everybody that's following me on Twitter. Thanks for sending me the stuff. I'm going to show everything as I get it. Oh, goodness. Oh, man. This is also a situation that we're seeing in Connecticut and Rhode Island. Look at that. Got trees on fire. As trees are falling on power lines. So this is part of the situation that we're dealing with. By the way, this comes from Colton Flint. He is out there. He's a storm chaser. He's putting his life on the line, trying to get these images out so people can know what to expect. Please go like and retweet this on Twitter, guys, to make sure that his efforts are worth it. Okay, I'm getting his report out to 1,000 people right now, but if you all went and retweeted it, we would get it out to even more people. So significant stuff going on right now. This is exactly where the landfalling situation is happening there in Wickapog, whatever you want to call it, Rhode Island. Somebody told me how to pronounce that earlier, and I already forgot. These are pretty serious pictures coming in. Winds of 60 miles an hour being reported all over the place along the coast of Rhode Island. What's all the red on the velocity on radar? So this, let me pull this big. Let me explain to you guys what the velocity is, because this is really helpful in determining on where hurricanes, the central areas are, and also if you ever want to use this kind of imagery to forecast tornadoes and stuff in the future. If you have this app, if you have the ability to look at this stuff, basically what we're looking at here is this is where the radar is. All right, it's way down here on Long Island. You can see the black circle there. That's where the radar is actually sitting. It sits in one spot and it scans out around it in all directions. And what's happening is the green and the light blue areas are raindrops and particles in the atmosphere, hydrometeors, that are going towards the radar. All right, they're blowing towards the radar, and the red is stuff blowing away from the radar. All right, so anytime you see a really tight area of green and red right next to each other in the base part of a supercell thunderstorm, that means that there's a tornado, because you have stuff going towards the radar, from the radar in a tight spot. Now, obviously, we don't have any tornadoes going on right now, but what we do have are really strong winds coming towards the radar right here, and really strong winds going away from the radar right here. So that gives us an idea of the direction that the winds are going. Now, the reason I think that this may have already made landfall is because we're seeing a little bit of that rotation on this portion of the storm right here, which tells me that's likely the central area of low pressure where this storm is coming on to land there. So all the red is just, it's the same thing that you're seeing up here in the blue, but it's just color coded different to let us know that that's going away from the radar, and the other portion is going towards the radar. So hopefully you learned something from that. There's a little bit of radar reading and meteorology 101. It's probably the most useful tool that you can use on radar, other than just the regular reflectivity, which is what you're used to seeing. This up here.
Rescue 1, you're transport 1146. Transport 1146. I'll get your 9 number in a minute. No rescue. Thank you. No rescue. Thank you.
Really strong winds now. You can also kind of see like this blowing out motion here in this portion of the storm. It kind of advancing out this way. Really, really strong winds in this flank of the storm right here, guys. Really strong winds. Make sure we're sharing this everywhere on social media. We're going to continue to get out the word to as many people as possible. The amount of people that need this live stream right now is rapidly increasing. Okay, look at this. I want to show you this one more time. Rhode Island, we have 50,000 people without power in Washington County. We have 11,000 people without power in Newport County, and now it's working up the state. Okay, in Kent County, we already have 6,000, almost 7,000 people without power, and 595 people without power up here in the northern county in Providence, or in Rhode Island, called Providence County. So these numbers are going to increase, and they're going to continue to creep north. And I think the number one way people are going to be able to get information about this storm is by watching stuff like this on their phones while they're without power. So let's make sure we share this out everywhere: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Send it in a text message to a friend or a family. And if you don't want to do any of that, at least right now as you're watching, hit that like button so the YouTube video sends out the notifications and the recommendations for the right people to watch it. Okay, so that's what we're dealing with right now. As far as power outages go, we'll check back in on that here in a second, but I really want to keep a close eye on Twitter because that's where some of our more pressing information's coming in. We're going to get a lot of videos and stuff out of this. And that keeps... See that? That is. I don't like it. Everything is still working, though, so... All right. Also, if you can hear all the voices and stuff in the background, that is emergency management services in Washington County, and also in southeastern Connecticut and southern portions of Massachusetts. If you see anything interesting on Twitter, you want to send it to me, just tag me in it, guys. You don't have to direct message it, or you don't have to try to direct message it. I think my graphics card's about shot from all these radars and stuff going at the same time. Over 74,000 electric customers are without power from Tropical Storm Henri so far. That number is continuing to climb quickly. That's an update from poweroutages.us, which I just retweeted there if you guys want to retweet that as well. We're seeing an uptick in damage reports from the south coastal areas of Massachusetts and Rhode Island, monitoring for wind damage reports. We are seeing multiple reports now that it looks like the main axis of wind in the wind field here is sustained 40 miles an hour winds with gusts around 60 to 70. So that's what we can expect to the north and west of where the big winds are already happening right now. So basically there's a little bubble here with all those winds that's moving to the north and west right now. That's what you need to be preparing for if you live up here. Thank you so much, the Bernie Bro, for sending another very generous super chat. He says, where do you get your radar feeds from? I'm using a lot of different software right now to monitor the radar. If you give me just a second after we get past the landfall action here, I will go through and explain to you all the different software that I use and where you can get it from. I did that earlier, but I know we've got people filtering in and out, so.
It occurred 3 days ago. The wallet and money a gun was used. Completing works at Revolution Barber Shop.
Tree down in the back lot. No cars involved, just a tree down in the parking lot.
Careful.
Chief from Edge 1.
No need for an ambulance. 10-4, thank you.
Thank you for the super chat, by the way. The center of Tropical Storm Henri is approaching the coast. Although the winds continue to lessen, heavy rain is going to continue, and it will saturate the ground and likely cause lots of down trees and flooding. Oh no! This is why I say only go out and take pictures and stuff for me if you can do so safely. Don't be like this guy. Don't be like this guy. Hold on, let me give you a better shot of this. So this was in Rhode Island there. It could be somebody, one of the 1,000 people that's watching this stream. He probably went outside to go get this picture for us. And no, he got took out. He got took out. Lord goodness. Did he just drop his phone? Oh, okay. No, that was his hat. I thought he just lost his hat. I hate to laugh. That had to hurt. But I think what happened was that box just opened up and it kind of hit him in the face and knocked him back a little bit. So as you can see, really intense winds out there. Unfortunately, I see a lot of people out walking around. I'm telling you, man, we're going to end up seeing injuries and stuff from this storm because a lot of people probably aren't taking it seriously. If you got 50 mile an hour or 60 mile an hour wind gusts out there, and then, that wind picks something up and flings it in your face at 50 or 60 miles an hour, it can do serious harm. Just 10. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Very generous of you. Keep up the great work. Long Island, New York here. Love your setup. Thank you for monitoring. No problem. Thank you so much for sending the super chat. It's greatly appreciated. Kevin Torres also sent in a $1.99 super chat. Super duper appreciated. Thank you so much. You guys are being super nice and generous today. You don't have to do that. Really do appreciate it, though. All I ask is that you hit that like button. Hit that like button. if you can. He almost lost his drawers. Yeah, he almost lost his drawers there. He really did. By the way, that's on my Twitter if you want to go retweet that for yourself. And thanks to whoever tagged me in that. Really appreciate it. Also, I want to show you guys this graphic too. It's not very often that we get a moderate risk of flooding. So the National Weather Service has issued a moderate risk in our day one excessive rainfall outlook right here from western portions of Connecticut through western Massachusetts, through much of New York, eastern Pennsylvania, and North Jersey, this area that I've been talking about over and over again all day today. This is the prime area to expect, like, just an unprecedented amount of rain. This is going to cause big time problems. This is not your average rainstorm. This is not your average storm. This is going to cause big time flooding. So make sure, I mean, if you live all the way out here, you might have some time left to make whatever preparations are necessary to keep the effects of that flood from getting to you too bad. So just an update on that. I wanted to show you that. That's the latest from the Weather Prediction Center there.
Going north, just south of West Arlington, northbound side, tree down, blocking a low-speed lane.
Your message received, 11.
Yeah, so that was West Arlington.
1157. Affirmative, just south of West Arlington, northbound side, low-speed lane block.
16, clear 12, unit 1, you're in and off. 1157.
16 is there.
It'll be for audible CO alarm sounding in a residential.
So, once again, we've got 1,000 people here. If you are just now tuning in, I'm going to go through everything again. Not just now tuning in. Got to listen to me talk all day again. Also, make sure you guys please share this on Twitter and everything. Let's get it out to as many people as possible. Okay, so here's what we're talking about. Right now, we are tracking Tropical Storm Henri as it approaches the coast of Rhode Island. If it hasn't made landfall yet, it's certainly getting ready to. I do believe it has. I haven't gotten an official update from the National Hurricane Center yet, but like the brunt of this storm is now on land. Okay, so the most intense portion of the winds and everything are now moving onto land in the southern portion of Long Island. Okay, so we're gonna watch as we see continued reports of power outages, down trees, flooding, coastal flooding, storm surge. You're seeing the waves go crazy on the camera down below me. This is going to be the scene today through much of the southern New England coast as this huge storm just tracks a bunch of water onto the land there, especially in southern Rhode Island. Now, some key messages today. Dangerous storm surge is expected to continue today in portions of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and southeastern Massachusetts. There is a storm surge warning that has been issued, and residents in these areas should follow any advice given by local officials. The number one piece of advice would probably be don't go out to this pier. Don't go out to this pier right here and try to take videos and pictures. As nice as it would be to have videos and pictures of that, you're putting your life in danger out there. Okay, this is a very populated area. We got a lot of people wanting to go out and experience a hurricane, but just don't do it. Don't do it, man. It's not smart. Also, tropical storm conditions will continue in portions of the tropical storm warning area into the overnight hours tonight. That includes areas from New York, pretty much all of Long Island, along the coast of Connecticut, and then all the way into the southern areas of Cape Cod there. Tropical storm warnings are in effect. Additionally, heavy rainfall may lead to a considerable flash urban and small stream flooding event, along with the potential for widespread river flooding over portions of Long Island, New England, eastern New York, New Jersey, and northeast Pennsylvania. Swells from Henri will continue to affect much of the East Coast during the next day or so. These swells could cause life-threatening surf and rip currents, so don't be out there surfing. Don't be out there fooling around at the beach like it's some sort of vacation. We're talking about a hurricane up here, or a tropical storm. We got to stay indoors, all right? It blows my mind how many people are milling around in these videos. Yeah, we got a lot of people out there just trying to just, you know, experience the hurricane. We've been live streaming now for 4 hours and 17 minutes. Unfortunately, I do have to leave here soon. Okay, so I'm not going to end the stream right now, but here within the next 30 minutes or so, I am going to have to call it a day and end the stream. So here's what I want to do. I want to do one final push. I'm going to do one final push. I want to get as many people as possible in here so we can update everybody on what's going on. Okay, so if you can, you're listening to me right now. We got 1,000 people in here. Make sure you share this on social media. Share this on every platform that you can possibly share it on. Send it as a text message to your mom, to your dad, to your grandma, to your aunt, to your uncle. Just send it to whoever you can, okay? So that we can continue to get this information out to as many people as possible. So I'm going to wait about 5 minutes here. We're going to look at some radar data up close, and then we're going to talk about the forecast. What can be expected across the rest of the New England area and northeastern portion of the United States as this storm comes through. We're going to talk about the forecast. We're going to talk about what happens next for the people that live inland here, okay?
This area lost power when we were pulling on scene. There's no longer a hazard. It'll be full number 71.
10-4, it's 1519 Herzl Boulevard, West Babylon, 58.
Retweeting all kinds of new stuff now. Lots of flooding going on out here, especially. Wow, thank you guys. Thank you guys a lot for all the follows and all of the people who are sending me stuff on Twitter to keep the information flowing. That's what we need. Again, if you want to send me anything, follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall, y'all, and I will display it here. Look at this big tree down in Old Saybrook. This is why we're experiencing so many power outages over here, okay? Big time trees going down on power lines. We also have a, let's see here, a video from Steve in Oak Bluffs at 10:45 a.m. Wind was really high and there was splash over onto the beach road, and it's more significant now with Tropical Storm Henri. So that's some of the stuff that we're looking at. Go back to the radar view here and let's dive back in with our 4-panel radar here. You can see probably some of the more intense winds are now moving into Windham and also Columbia there in Connecticut. All right. Now, the really strong winds are still back behind us a little bit. They're probably starting to move into the Providence, Rhode Island area, and then all of this area right here. That's where we need to be watching for those really strong winds here over the next little bit. We're talking about 50, 60 mile an hour wind gusts, okay, in excess of tropical storm force from Coventry to West Greenwich to Barberville, Richmond. You should be starting to see that really soon if you haven't already, and then all the way up to Cranston too. We're seeing a lot of really intense winds with this storm as it moves in. Thank you so much, Big Money's Life. There's currently a water rescue on Paxton Avenue in New Jersey. Yeah, the flooding in New Jersey is absolutely incredible. And that's probably going to end up being the main story here, outside of the power outage situation, which we are still looking at. 50,000 people without power in Washington County, 7,000 in Kent, 11,000 in Newport, and now 600 people in Providence County there without power. We are also dealing with some power outages now, a significant category in Connecticut. Okay, so New London County now has 5,000 people without power, and Windham County now has almost 3,000 people without power. Massachusetts still doing all right. Bristol's got 2,000 people without power. So really, Rhode Island is the one area that's experiencing the vast majority of these power outages right now. And we're going to see this continue to go north. Okay, so if you live up here, this will be eventually shaded yellow, possibly red, orange later today. And this right here is probably going to go black, honestly. We're already at 50,000 people without power out of 72,000. Wouldn't be surprised if everybody in that county lost power before this storm is over.
You too. Receive on the way. So it looks like the West Arlington light is down. If you can just let DOT know. Traffic is very light, but if they can just put it about 5 minutes. Engine 3, you're in service at 405.
Look at that. Look at some of these winds. Probe this. So above the surface here, according to our velocity readings here, we're talking about winds 70. I saw some 74, 75 mile an hour winds. Once again, these are not mixing completely down to the surface, but these are definitely causing some big time gusts over here as this gets closer to Hartford, Connecticut. And yeah, it was. Thank you for whoever just mentioned that I should switch radar sites. You can see a lot more from this area, and you can very clearly see where that center area of rotation is now. And it is moving on to shore. We are experiencing landfall right now between Winnapogue, Watch Hill, and Charlestown. So that's what we are watching right now as Tropical Storm Henri is now making landfall as we speak.
Rescue 3, we had... Are you responding to Alligator? Affirmative. 10-4, sir. Thank you.
Bridge exposed going that way.
What about those purples? So up here on the purple, everything that you're seeing up here, this is the correlation coefficient. So the radar can look into the clouds and it can see all of the raindrops. We call them hydrometeors. And it kind of aggregates all that data and says, okay, all the raindrops in this area are the same size. So we're going to make them all look purple. Okay, so that's what that is. But anytime you see a discrepancy inside of that, okay, so if we were to zoom in here into Brooklyn and see a big area of blue, okay, we would see a drop in the correlation coefficient. And that would tell us that the hydrometeors don't correlate together. Which means that there's something up there that's bigger than a raindrop or bigger than a hailstone, and more than likely that indicates that there's debris in the air. Now, obviously, we're not looking for debris in the air right now. You do that whenever you're watching tornadoes, not hurricanes. But what we are looking for is in the central area of low pressure, or in the clear area of the storm. We got some reports earlier that this debris that we're seeing right here is likely biological. So more than likely, what we're seeing there is birds floating around in the center of the storm. You know, just kind of taking the easy path. They don't want to fly through all those gusty winds and stuff. So I just thought that was interesting to show that here. Don't have a confirmed report that there's a giant flock of birds getting ready to go over Richmond, but definitely interesting to see no matter what.
Negative response from your ALS. Your pleasure. Copy. Affirmative. Would you like to see North Road? Yeah, affirmative. Engine 10, Chief 5, Chief 3.
What's wrong?
We're just going to be blocking 25A from
Why does that keep happening?
Yeah, for CG notified. As far as both directions?
both directions.
Everything just went black. Got to get a new computer. We need more channel members so I can get a new computer. Crazy too, because this Insanely good computer. Okay. So I promised you guys that we would look at the forecast for the future. Who wants to do that? Let's see some noise in the chat. We got like almost 1,000 people in here with us, and like literally nobody's talking in the chat. What's going on, guys? You guys want to see the future forecast of what's going to happen more inland, or do you want me to zoom in here more and focus on what's going on, you know, right there where it's making landfall? What do you guys want me to do? Let's hear it from you. I'm watching the chat right now. Also, if you have any questions for me and I haven't answered them yet, go ahead and relay those to me, and I'll try to answer all of them. I'm not sure I'll be able to. Street flooding is occurring. Yes, street flooding is definitely occurring. Me, show it. Bring it on. I just tuned in. Is the storm drifting west now? Yes, it actually, it was heading more east than what some of the models were showing at first. And then right at the last minute, it curved off to the west. And it's officially made landfall, I believe now, near Winnipogue, Rhode Island there. Or I'm sorry, that would technically, would that be in Connecticut? No, that's Rhode Island. That's Rhode Island. Between Winnipogue and Charlestown, that's where we're experiencing the landfall right now. So it looks like people want to talk about the forecast. People want to talk about the forecast. All right, let's talk about the forecast then. Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. Let me load up the latest data. I'll look at the 12-kilometer NAM again. And boom, here we go. All right, so what you're looking at right now is what the radar could look like as we go later on into the day. You can keep up with the time right here. It's always going to be displayed above my head. Also, this is kind of similar to how my regular YouTube videos work. So if you haven't yet, if you're one of the many people that are here watching that haven't subscribed to this channel, make sure you subscribe now, okay? That way you can always be up to date with the weather. We were talking about this storm a week ago, and we knew it was coming. We saw it coming from a mile away, and we tracked it all the way until it made landfall, okay? So if you're into that, subscribe. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to watch what happens as we go later on into the day. So by 3 p.m. today, that's when we can expect some of the heaviest rainfall to be occurring there in southeastern portions of New York, western portions of Connecticut, and western Massachusetts. It's at this point where some of the very significant flash flooding is going to be occurring there in these areas, okay? So if you live in western Connecticut, west of Hartford, if you live in western Massachusetts in the Hill region there, make sure you're prepared for flash flooding because you only have a couple hours left to prepare for what's getting ready to happen. A very intense deluge of rainfall is getting ready to occur and just absolutely dump buckets of tropical moisture on you. Also, this stationary rain band here that goes from New York City through northern New Jersey all the way into eastern portions of Pennsylvania is expected to still be there at 3 p.m. today. Okay, if that's the case, we're going to be talking about a catastrophic flooding event in this area, and I hate to see the pictures of the damage tomorrow because that rain, that's got to move. This rain band right here has to move because some of those places over there have already seen as much rain as they were forecasted to get by the end of the storm, and it's not even halfway over. So if we end up seeing more than 10 inches of rain over here in this area, once again, we're going to be seeing really, really bad flooding. So let's hope that that's not what we see. So let's keep pushing this forward. Once again, I've been talking about this a lot as we've been talking about the forecasts. This storm, it's moving like this way, and then it gets blocked, okay? There's a little bit of some blocking over here, a front that moves through. It gets blocked, and then it stays still for a minute, and then it goes this way. And while it's doing that, it's also flipping upside down. So the storm does a cartwheel, technically, over here in New York, and then it starts taking off. All right, and what's the problem with that is actually going to be the prolonged period of rain there in southern New York and in that area right here. This circular area in northeast Pennsylvania, North Jersey, southern New York. That's the problem area because all the way at 10 p.m. tomorrow night, it's still going to be raining hard. All right, it might not stop raining until 8 to 10 p.m. tomorrow night for this area, and that's why we're expecting such devastating flooding to occur there. And it does look like that's going to be a possibility. Okay, so this region right here, very strong winds, down trees, power outages are likely, and flooding. Over here, the winds are not going to be as strong, but the flooding is going to be even worse. And then up here, we're just mainly talking about some general rain. You're talking about a nor'easter. You guys are used to this, okay? Now, as the storm does a flippity flop there and then heads off to the north and east, tomorrow evening around 7 p.m., we're going to see some new thunderstorms start to form up on the southeastern quadrant of that circulation that was associated with Tropical Depression Henri, and that might try to cause some severe weather down here in Connecticut, Long Island, and Massachusetts and Rhode Island. There is a very slight chance for tornadoes here. Let's see here. A very slight chance. If you look at the significant tornado parameter, it's very low. There's not a lot of surface cape out here. The updraft helicity tracks aren't showing us very much. But the one thing that I am looking at that is kind of interesting to me are those lower level jet stream winds, the winds at 850 millibars, just above the surface there. You can see as this center of circulation right now, they're really cranking. It weakens out as the storm weakens out, and then as that circulation flips and starts to eject off to the east and northeast, it really tries to ramp up some new, areas of lower level jet stream there that are near 30 to 40 knots. And if any of these can interact with some embedded supercells associated with the convection there tomorrow, we are going to see an isolated tornado or two, okay? So usually when tropical storms make landfall in America, they end up becoming big time tornado makers. This one's not going to do that, but the tornado chance does exist here tomorrow evening between 7 p.m. and midnight from Massachusetts, Connecticut, all the way over into the Cape Cod region, really, as this ejects off to the east, okay? So that's what all of that looks like. Pretty interesting stuff. Pretty interesting stuff, not going to lie. This is one of the more interesting storms we've had this year, especially because of the track that it's taken and everything. But we are going to be completely done with it by 8 a.m. tomorrow. Just some general showers and thunderstorms off the coast of Maine. Let's get another radar look here. Lots of wind damage being reported on the scanner. I don't know if you guys can hear that very well or not, but lots and lots of wind damage out there. Looks like we've got, I mean, it looks like we've got landfall. We got multiple trees down in Rhode Island. Multiple trees down. Gosh, so many trees down. Wow. Yeah, so Tropical Storm Henri has officially made landfall there between Winnapogue and Charlestown, and it is now moving inland, okay? So the central area of low pressure is onshore now. This is a landfalled or a landfalling tropical storm right now. This is the story. This is what we've been talking about all day, guys. If you're on the eastern side, let me go over this again. Let me go back to one panel here. If you are on this side, okay, if you're over here, sustained winds of 50 miles an hour or higher are going to be possible over the next hour or so. There is also going to be a very good chance that you see gusts even higher than that, which means that there are going to continue to be a bunch of trees downed over here, and the winds are going to continue to be insane. If you're in Warwick, if you're in Providence, if you're in Newport, you're probably seeing a lot of these really strong winds right now, and they're not going to end very soon. You still got an hour or so, maybe even 2 hours left with them. Now over here in in New Bedford, all the way over to Cape Cod, we're seeing probably still some very strong winds, but now we're talking about gusts from 30 to 50 miles an hour instead of those sustained winds, okay? And that's going to be with us for the next hour or so, and then it'll weaken out again. Along the coast from New Bedford all the way down into the eastern tip of Long Island there, we are going to continue to see storm surge, okay? So this rotating storm, it kind of like bubbled up the sea surface level here, and that bubble is now coming onto shore along with the storm. So we're going to see lots of coastal flooding, especially over here in the Long Island or the Rhode Island region and the main eastern tip of Long Island there. And now, on the western side, okay, this is the central area of circulation. On the western side, you can see it very clearly. We're mainly dealing with the rain. Now, obviously, you guys are going to be getting a lot of wind, too. You're going to see a lot of power outages over here in Connecticut. But the main threat for you now is going to be to watch this rain, okay? This is dropping down a significant amount of rain in a short period of time from Hartford all the way over to the Fishkill region, all the way up to Albany. As this kind of station, like it stays in the same spot for a little bit, we're going to see a very significant amount of rain here, possibly 3 to 6 inches, if not more than that. And it could cause very dangerous situations. It could be life-threatening, even the flooding that this causes. And then once again, even west of that, over here, you've got to keep your guard up. Tonight is the night to stay up and watch the weather, because the rain's going to be coming down like it's never came down in a very long time. And if you live in a flood-prone area, it is very likely going to flood this evening. So make sure you watch out for that. And then, yeah, pretty much anybody north of that line or north of this line here, you don't have much to worry about. That's pretty much what we're talking about. We have officially tracked Tropical Storm Henri from its formation all the way until it made landfall here, and we've done it live on this channel, Ryan Hall, y'all. And I would really hope that you guys subscribe to the channel for that monumental accomplishment. Let's get one last update on the power outages. Ooh, buddy. Lots of power outages out there. Once again, over 50,000 people without power in Washington County, 7,000 in Kent, 2,000 in Providence, and 12,000 in Newport County. So, guys, we have officially seen landfall. I've harped over and over again on what I think the impacts are going to be as the storm continues, but I do have prior obligations that I have to get to. So I'm going to unfortunately have to end the stream. If you've liked this stream, don't leave yet. If you like this stream, make sure you leave a like and subscribe to the channel, because every time anything happens with the weather ever that's significant enough to talk about in this manner, I do this. I live stream like this. So if you want to be here for the next one, subscribe, turn notifications on, and we will continue to track the weather together. Whether you're just a concerned homeowner that wants to make sure you're up to date with the weather, or if you're a weather nerd. I know there's a lot of you guys out there that just love tracking the weather like me. This is the perfect channel for you to subscribe to, okay? We do a lot of stuff on this channel. I go storm chasing out in real life, and I live stream that. I make videos about that. I do this, and I do daily forecast discussion videos. It's just the greatest place to be if you're a weather nerd, all right? So it is currently 12:24 p.m. Eastern time. I've been streaming now for 4 hours and 40 minutes straight, with an average concurrent viewer count of 900. So some of you guys probably don't care about this, but I always like to go over it at the end of the stream, just to let you guys know that your efforts of sharing the stream and you know, doing everything that you guys do, liking the stream, subscribing to the channel and stuff, it's not for nothing. It's not for nothing. You guys helped a lot of people today get a lot of vital information. So let me try to see what I'm at here. Yeah. So, you know, so far it looks to me like 30,000 people today got the information provided in this live stream. And if it wasn't for you guys sharing it and liking the video and everything, probably nobody would have got the information. From me anyways, okay? There's other very good places to get weather information, but a lot of people don't have TV and they don't monitor the National Weather Service, so it's a good thing that we can get out in front of them, and hopefully we popped up in a lot of recommended feeds today. And yeah, also one last plug from me for my channel members. Everybody in the chat right now that you see that has a lightning bolt next to their name, we've got Brett Rose, Dwayne Jr., we've got, let's see here, Half-Life, we've got Shelly Marie. We've got who else we got? I want to plug everybody. Jagbug Plays. We've got all these people that have the lightning bolts next to their name in the chat. Those are the official channel members for this channel. They pay monthly to get exclusive access to members only live streams and behind the scenes videos and custom emotes in the chat. Everybody that's a member right now, make sure you show some emotes off in the chat that we have. These people are the reason why I'm able to do this, okay? And if you want to become a member, consider doing that right now. I've got a link. Oh, I don't have a link. But there's a link in the description, or there's a button next to the subscribe button that says join. If you want to join the channel, just hit one of those buttons, and I will be forever grateful for you, okay? But once again, if you can't do that, just hit the like button. That's all we ask. That's all I ask. Just hit the like button. That does enough. Thanks to everybody who's been subscribing. Thank you guys so much for the very successful stream. Really appreciate it. It's been a nice, been a good stream. Unfortunately, we're talking about a lot of damage and a lot of power outages down here in Connecticut and Rhode Island. That's going to continue to be the case through the rest of the day. And I wish I could stay here with you guys, but I have other stuff I have to do. Unfortunately, I didn't plan on live streaming this one, honestly. But I'll be with you on Twitter if you want to follow me over there for some more updates. And, of course, I will have another YouTube video tomorrow morning, bright and early. So make sure you subscribe so you can see all that happen. Hold on, I'm playing around with the stream live here. Yeah. Oh, no. I want to make the chat bigger, but I don't want to make it too big. That's too big. That's good. That's pretty much exactly the size that I had it. Not even trying. 12:30. Courtney, thank you. 4 hours, 5 hours pretty much. Goes by fast when you're non-stop relaying information. Thank you guys. Thank you, Steven. Thank you, Half-Life. Thank you, guys. I'm just waiting a couple minutes here to make sure that everybody that's had a chance to subscribe does so. We are at 62,641 subscribers. We gained 1,000 subscribers during this stream. Thank you so much. Here's one last update on that live camera view out there in Long Island. The surf is still pretty bad. And here's the last look at the radar view there. We definitely have landfall now, and the strongest winds are moving into the more inland areas there in eastern portions of Connecticut and western portions of Rhode Island. All right, I'm gonna go now. Thank you guys. Like, subscribe, and all that stuff, and I will see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for the super chat. I saw it.
I'm grinding.
Are you heading south now? Not at the moment. Bring the rescue up and block the road off at Bailey and Spring Street, please. 3P, will do. Rescue on a fire alarm. Fire alarm received. Car 2, TMLT's en route. Thank you. No wires down at this time.
Responding, 36, hold.
Responding 1230.
Flag 3, we can make it code yellow, engine 3, flag 3. 5 to an operating 400 Newport Avenue, code yellow for engine 3, ladder 3. Engine 30, first 1 number 819.